228. Chen Pingon wielded the scholar-wood sword and slashed down at the white-clothed woman on the stone tablet. Ignoring the sword moves, the wooden sword did not have enough spiritual light to intimidate otherworldly items. The white-clothed woman with black hair pulled the corners of her mouth. Although she looked down on him, she did not want to be too arrogant since he could successfully suppress 2 statues. It was fine to play with him. In any case, it was best to protect the city god pavilion. It did not matter if they lost it. There would be an expert who would take it back. She reached out to her waist and a sheathless sword appeared. The sword was scarlet and filled with a nauseating smell of blood. She must have used a camouflage technique before. When her bony palm brushed past the long sword, it came into contact with the blade, causing a string of sparks to fly. Not only that, a jade-green bracelet slipped off her wrist and spun around her rapidly without any trace. It was so fast that the bracelet could not be seen in an instant, and only waves of jade-green fireflies could be seen. For the cultivators in the world, the more magic weapons they had, the better. This was the same logic as the common people who didn't mind money. But after all, the spiritual weapons and magic weapons were too rare. If one was lucky enough to have 2 of them, they would generally pursue both offense and defense as much as possible. One was used to kill and retreat the enemy, and the other was used to protect one's life. It could be used to attack and retreat, and it was absolutely foolproof. For example, the military armor pill of the tree demon surnamed Shu in the old house could transform into a radiant armor. It was one of the best defensive magic treasures. The white-clothed woman's scarlet sword and the green bracelet, one for offense and one for defense, was the same principle. From the moment the foreign youth carrying the sword box on his back used the strange talisman of extremely high quality to forcefully suppress the statue of the civil official to the moment he stepped on the statue's head and pounced over with the wooden sword in his hand, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The scholar-wood sword arrived in the blink of an eye. The white-clothed woman quickly raised her sword and swept it horizontally. A scarlet sword chi appeared above her head. If the young man did not dodge in time, he would be cut in half by the sword chi. However, the young man suddenly disappeared. Mind talisman. The white-clothed woman knew something was wrong. Ding! The sound of metal and stone rang out in the square without warning. After that, there was a series of rapping sounds, as fine and hurried as raindrops falling on the roof. The white-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. She twisted her waist and quickly flew away from the top of the stone tablet. White clothes and red swords, one red and one white. They revolved around the ancient cypress tree, as if they were avoiding something. The woman had already deliberately distanced herself from the jade bracelet by about 20 feet. Not only could she control it as she wished, but she could also avoid being caught in the crossfire. It was a flying sword. The young man was actually a sword cultivator who could kill with a flying sword. What wooden sword, what exorcism, they were all just a pretense to confuse people. The real killing move was the sinister flying sword that had yet to reveal its true form. At such a young age, his thoughts were meticulous and vicious. It was no wonder that he could become the most difficult swordsman to achieve results among the chi refinement warriors. Based on those continuous sounds, the white-clothed woman's heart ached. No matter how spiritual the bracelet was, it could not withstand such a flying sword. It was no different from ruthlessly destroying a flower. The bracelet named Bing Nuo was a superior spiritual weapon personally bestowed by the old ancestor. It was not known for its toughness and firmness. It was mainly used to defend against the unexpected killing moves of the so-called righteous immortal masters. After all, the old ancestor had long predicted that this conspiracy to seize the national treasure of the colorful robes kingdom would inevitably be a bloody battle with heavy casualties. The chi refinement warriors of the famous immortal families did not have the courage to fight with their lives. However, the mysterious secret skills and magical weapons that had been passed down from generation to generation were endless, so they had to be on guard. The white-clothed woman could not deduce the trajectory of the flying sword for the time being, and she did not dare to take back the bracelet. This made her extremely resentful. For the first time, she was furious. If the bracelet was broken, then in this trip to the colorful robes kingdom, not to mention the other allies, she was destined to lose more than gain. Even if she succeeded in the end, in terms of rewards, the reward she received would not be as valuable as this bracelet. The white-clothed woman's black hair fluttered wildly, revealing her true appearance. She was the woman in colorful clothes who had taken the lead on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. At that time, she had shocked countless men in Yenji County. They only hated that they could not hold her in their arms and love her tenderly. In that case, the old immortal who looked very sage-like was at least one of the masterminds. However, this group of people was so ostentatious. Did not a single cultivator in the colorful robes kingdom see through the truth? Chen Pingan, who was standing in the square, was stunned for a moment. With a heavy heart, he put the scholarwood sword back into the wooden box and habitually took off the wine gourd to drink. Seeing that the youth was still in the mood to drink, the white-clothed woman was so angry that she laughed. Her sleeves fluttered, revealing her wrists and ankles, which were all white bones. Presumably, the delicate body under the white clothes was also in the same condition. Only the face was still intact. Moreover, it was exceptionally beautiful. It turned out to be a beauty of withered bones. No, it should be a beautiful ghost of withered bones. After confirming that the flying sword was unable to break through the bracelet and get close to her, the white-clothed woman made up her mind. In order to catch bandits, she had to catch the leader first. She would kill the youth first. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, she wanted to tease him for a while. Who would have thought that he would be such a difficult person to deal with? So what if he was a sword cultivator? As long as he was not an illusory great sword immortal, even if he was a small sword immortal in the middle 5 realms, as long as he dared to show his face in Yenji County City, he would die. Imperceptibly, the small square outside the city god hall was divided into 3 battlefields. The 2 demon-suppressing pagoda talismans made of golden materials were slowly depleting the devil chi of the 2 clay statues. Debris flew everywhere, dust flew, and cracking sounds were constantly heard. No matter how the 2 statues roared, the demon-suppressing pagoda manifested by the demon-suppressing pagoda intertwined with lightning. It was like the Thunder Sex Lord of Heaven was holding an electric whip to whip evil spirits. It was steadily suppressing them. Next was Chen Pingan's flying sword, Chu Yi. This time, he did not care about leaving the blade-strengthening gourd's ostentatious display. He quietly flew out without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, the white-clothed woman had the bracelet to protect her. It helped her block the disaster of the sword piercing through her head. It was unknown whether Chu Yi was really angry or a mischievous child who had found an interesting plaything. He no longer paid attention to Chen Pingan's intentions and focused on pestering the emerald bracelet. He struck it again and again as if he was forging iron. The flying sword even deliberately slowed down its flying speed. Every time, it affected the range of the bracelet's rotation. Finally, of course, the white-clothed woman, who was full of murderous intent, was determined to kill Chen Pingan, the sword cultivator. She held a bright scarlet long sword in her hand and rushed down. Before that, she shouted angrily at the 2 side halls. The female otherworldly ghosts, who had been ready to take action, swarmed out. For a moment, black smoke billowed and covered the sky. They all rushed toward Chen Pingan, who was standing alone in the square. The young girl, who had silver bells on her hands and feet, wanted to enter the scene to help. However, Chen Pingan immediately signaled her with his eyes, telling her not to get involved. The young girl did not let her emotions affect her decisions. She stood in the first battlefield obediently. She just waved her hands and feet, constantly shaking the bells to make clear spiritual sounds. She tried her best to make the golden flowers float out of the eaves of the main hall. Even though she was pale, she still insisted on helping Chin Pingan to kill one female ghost. For Chin Pingan, it was enough for the young girl to do so. Chin Pingan swung his hands quickly and fiercely. His fists were surging with bright light. It was the cloud-steaming swamp style taught by the old man surnamed Shui. In an instant, abundant qi leaked out and shook the surroundings. Dozens of ferocious female ghosts, who had rushed out of the side halls, were instantly wiped out. They already had the sun above their heads and were burning fiercely. Coupled with this punch, they walked the domineering path of one man guarding the pass. It was no different from adding frost to frost. Their fingernails, which were as long as fingers, could not get within 1 zhang of Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan did not only have the ability to launch a single punch. His body leaned back, and with a tap of his toes, he immediately retreated several feet away, dodging the sword of the white-clothed ghost. The white-clothed ghost was also like a maggot attached to a bone. Her toes did not even touch the ground. She leaped into the air like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her body leaned forward, and she followed Chin Pingan with a stab of her sword. However, during this interval, Chin Pingan swung his fists again, making the same ancient boxing stance as before. In just a short while, more than 10 otherworldly ghosts were killed on the spot. The white-clothed beautiful ghost, whose black hair was fluttering in the wind, said with a stern face. She took small steps in the air, moving faster and faster. You really deserve to die. The long sword in her hand was only a few inches away from piercing Chin Pingan's heart. Chin Pingan twisted the tip of his foot and imitated Ma Kuxuan, who had fought in the small street. His body spun like a top and dodged the sword. He took the opportunity to get closer and punch the withered bone beautiful ghost's face. The latter could instantly turn into white mist and dissipate in all directions. In the next moment, she reappeared several zhang away. Her 5 fingers pulled back, and the scarlet long sword that had not disappeared with her turned half a circle and slashed toward Chin Pingan's arm. Chin Pingan did not hesitate to use the last mind talisman. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the beautiful ghost again. His powerful fist was like the sun, making the beautiful ghost scream in pain. She did not have time to control the long sword in the distance. She used the same trick again. Once again, she turned into white mist and disappeared quickly. Chin Pingan's face was resolute. He said in his heart, "First sword." Although it was reluctant, flying sword number 1 still left the original battlefield. A white rainbow streaked across the sky and stabbed at the withered bone gorgeous ghost who had just revealed her true form. The moment she disappeared for the second time, the green bracelet and the scarlet long sword showed a trace of imperceptible stagnation. It was as if they had lost the connection with their master's mind and were somewhat hesitant. When the flying sword first sword pierced between her eyebrows, the beautiful ghost finally panicked. She covered her face with her hands and her black hair frantically rolled back to cover her face. The snow-white pocket-sized flying sword hovered quietly in front of her eyes and did not continue to rush forward. However, she felt a chill at the back of her head. The withered bone gorgeous ghost was frozen in place, as if she had been cast by an immortal. Her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her head stiffly and stared at the young man who was rushing towards her. "It's fine if you're a sword cultivator, but why do you have 2 flying swords? Why are you pretending to be a pure martial artist? You can dodge first sword, but you can't dodge 15th sword." However, even though she had been pierced by the 15th sword, Chin Pingan did not lower his guard. He ignored the otherworldly items and let them attack him. Chen Pingon just rushed to the beautiful ghost's side as fast as he could. He made a prompt decision and punched her with the god's drum beating style. One punch, one punch, one punch. After 20 punches, the bones under her white clothes were smashed one by one. In the end, the beautiful ghost's body and white clothes exploded together. A yellow talisman with a woman's figure on it fell from the sky. As soon as she died, the otherworldly items lost their backbone and hid in the halls on both sides of the hall. Many of them were burned to death by the sun before they could escape. This time, there was no more charming laughter coming from the side hall. Instead, there was only a whimper. The scarlet long sword fell to the ground. The green bracelet was like a lost person, spinning slowly in the place where the beautiful ghost had disappeared. Chen Pingon stood still. He was not in a hurry to catch the bracelet or the yellow talisman. Looking around, there was nothing strange. Chen Pingon patted the blade-strengthening gourd. Chu-yi and 15th sword jumped in. Squatting down, Chen Pingon carefully observed the yellow talisman. Chen Pingon took out the other evil talisman that Zhang Shanfeng had given him. He put it near the yellow talisman on the ground and shook it. The talisman was not quiet, but it was very quiet. It only burned a corner of the talisman and then stopped burning. Chen Pingon picked up the yellow talisman. When Chen Pingon pinched the yellow talisman between his fingers, he realized that it was not an ordinary yellow paper talisman. The paper was very smooth and soft. It was also very tough. He guessed that it was not afraid of being torn by a strong young man. Chen Pingon thought about it and put the beautiful talisman into his sleeve. In fact, he hid it in the square-inch object. The reason why the square-inch object was precious was that it could isolate the outside world. Although nothing was absolute, it was still the general rule. When Chen Pingon put away the yellow talisman, the green bracelet also took the initiative to stick to him. Chen Pingon held the fire talisman in one hand and found that there was no movement at all. He took the opportunity to hold the bracelet and put it into his pocket. However, when he went to pick up the scarlet long sword, the fire talisman was just a little closer and it burned out. Chen Pingon was a little hesitant. This sword could be sold for a lot of money, but he was more worried that if he put it into the square-inch object, it would affect the flying sword 15th sword. In the end, Chen Pingon picked up the sword and looked around. He looked up at the ancient cypress next to the stone tablet. He ran forward, tipped his toes, and rushed to the ancient cypress. He temporarily hid the sword in the shade of the tall tree. The girl shyly shouted, "Immortal." Chen Pingon looked down. The girl pointed to the ground at her feet. The clay statue had collapsed and broken into pieces, piling up into a small sharp mound. A few silver fragments were shining in the soil, very eye-catching. What was more surprising was that the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman was floating quietly beside the mound. Except for the slightly dim golden luster, it was not damaged at all. The other mound of soil was in a similar situation. However, unlike the iron mace in the hands of the general statue, which had been completely melted by the thunder and lightning, the civil official statue had only the golden demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and the silver fragments. The square iron official seal was also gone. Instead, there was a simple and unadorned small green wooden box, which was just enough for a child's 5 fingers to hold. Chen Pingon was pleasantly surprised and quickly floated down. He first put the 2 golden talisman and a total of 6 silver fragments into the square-inch object. Finally, he carefully picked up the green wooden box that was emitting a warm aura. Even if he only held it gently, Chen Pingon felt an inexplicable sense of security. He put the small wooden box with unknown contents into his sleeve, but did not hide the square-inch object. Chen Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the side kept her eyes wide open, staring at the sword immortal, who was killing demons and showing great magical powers. Her master, who secretly taught her magic, had said that there were many old immortals in the world who had reached the peak of cultivation and looked like a child. Those were the real immortals who were free and unfettered, completely unrestrained by heaven and earth. She had seen many strange things today, but the immortal who looked like a teenager in front of her had the most strange things about him. For example, there was a talisman in the world that was taken back after it was used up. Although her master was half a Jianghu man and half an immortal on the mountain, he had never heard of such a thing before. Chen Pingan had a good impression of the girl. As he walked to the front door of the city god hall and was about to completely break the magic restriction with the deity drum beating style, he turned his head and asked softly, "It's very dangerous here. Why did you come in earlier?" "Wow, the immortal is talking to me. The key point is that he is quite friendly." The girl was very happy. She shook her wrist and the bells sounded melodiously. "Immortal Lord, the 4 bells on me can protect me. My master said that even if an immortal of the cave-dwelling realm wants to kill me, I can still hold on for a while. But there is a big problem. Don't tell anyone about this kind of secret that involves magic treasures." Chen Pingan quickly waved his hand and interrupted the girl's silly words. He reminded her, "It's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly and it's best if you leave the city immediately." The girl shook her head and said, "My parents are in the city. I won't go anywhere. Since I learned magic, I have to protect them." Chen Pingan had to give up and didn't force it. He just asked the girl to stay a little further away and then began to rapidly punch the secret restriction. After 21 punches, the ice surface suddenly exploded. Black smoke rolled, mixed with countless wails, resentment and hatred. Chen Pingan used the clouds steaming great swamp style to clear them all. Occasionally, there were fish that escaped the net, but the bell girl behind him helped to kill them. Chen Pingan suddenly turned his head and looked at the east city wall. Although he couldn't see the city tower clearly, he seemed to feel some kind of gaze from there for a moment. It was most likely that the Xing Wang Pavilion's formation was destroyed, causing the great demon lord behind the scenes to discover his existence. Chen Pingan was careful. Before stepping over the threshold, he took out his last remaining Yang Qi lantern raising glyph. Chen Pingan had just raised his foot when he noticed that the girl beside him wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pingan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you know there's something strange inside?" The girl was a bit embarrassed. She seemed to feel that she was too childish. But since the deity asked, she could only bite the bullet and say sullenly, "My parents said that when you enter the temple to burn incense, men on the left and women on the right. You men cross the threshold with your left foot, we cross the threshold with our right foot." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." His left foot stepped over the doorstep, following the floating light-raising talisman, walking to Lord Xing Wang Chenwen's statue. However, without waiting for Chen Pingan to speak, Lord Xing Wang spoke in a dignified manner, saying something that made the young girl furious. But because she was in awe of city god Shen's hundreds of years of power, the girl didn't dare to speak out. She could only curse in her heart. The little bits of gold that fell on the ground all flew back to the statue. From the time Chen Pingan broke the formation until he walked here, the statue's golden body was already 70 to 80% of the gold leaf. The pair of eyes of the statue gave off a faint golden glow. It was like a 30-foot-tall deity that was looking down on all life in the county. This city god Shen's first words were not very polite. "Young man, quickly hand over the iron official seal." Chen Pingan's expression was calm. He was about to take out the green wooden box that had the iron official seal on the outside melted away. At the same time, he explained, "The official seal has already been melted by my talisman, Chen Pingan only said half of what he wanted to say. Don't talk nonsense. The Xing Wang statue was enraged. Dust flew everywhere, and the golden fragments on the ground were almost completely sewn together. The statue was covered in gold, and it was indeed the golden Xing Wang that was famous in many countries. The statue raised its leg high and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you took care of a few small pieces of trash? If it wasn't for the three of them working together and the betrayal of my subordinates, I wouldn't have been suppressed in the city god hole. How could they have the chance to be so presumptuous? Quickly hand over the iron official seal. Don't waste time. The situation is serious. I still have to go into the city to suppress the demons." Before the formation was broken, city god Shen Wen was busy maintaining the last bit of divinity. Also, with the filthy technique that isolated the world, the city god hall couldn't know what was happening outside. In his opinion, after the three big monsters and the big devil cultivator left, the other party wouldn't know the real mystery of this place. Thus, they wouldn't leave any important battle force behind. Therefore, the only thing that surprised City God about the young man with the box was how he broke the formation at the door. Could it be that he was a disciple of a sect who was proficient in Qi Men Dun Jia and immortal formations? However, no matter what, the life and death of the hundreds of thousands of people in Yanji County was closely related to the thing in the City God Pavilion. There couldn't be any mistakes. The giant statue stepped out of the altar and stepped on the bluestone floor 3 meters in front of Chen Pingan. It stepped on it and shattered the bluestone floor. It bent down and stretched out its hand. Quickly hand over the official seal. Chen Pingan didn't move. He asked, "Others helped you. Is it so hard to say thank you?" The statue was obviously stunned. After a long time, it sighed and nodded. "I was too impatient. It was wrong. I really have to thank you for this." Chen Pingan took out the green wooden box. The iron official seal melted and became one with the soil of the civil official statue. However, this small wooden box was exposed. "I wonder if it's what you're looking for." The statue slowly nodded. Chen Pingan threw the wooden box high up. The city god statue reached out and caught it. It smiled and said, "It is this item." Chen Pingan turned and left. The young girl hurriedly followed. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled behind him. Chen Pingan knew that the situation was not good. He immediately circulated his qi. His real qi was like a fiery dragon. It traveled hundreds of miles in one go, passing through many acupoints of the Qi mansion. The young girl who had just reached the threshold was dumbstruck. Turning his head, he saw one of Lord Xing Wang's statue thighs stomping on the back of the sword immortal carrying the case. The young man's waist was bent, and he was about to kneel down. He forcefully held his breath, and only then was he not stepped into the ground by the 3-foot-tall statue. Chen Pingan's face flushed red. He said with a trembling voice, "You go first." The young girl didn't dare hesitate as she hurriedly flew out of the door and landed on the square. Turning her head to look, she saw that around the statue of Lord Xing Wang, there was thick smoke that was as black as ink. The smoke went in and out of the 7 orifices on the statue's face, and the eyes of the Lord Xing Wang had also become a strange dark gold color. The young girl screamed, "Be careful, the city god is possessed." Chen Pingan bent his knees slightly. He gritted his teeth and bent his waist. The leg of the statue increased the strength on his back. He stood up straight little by little. He quickly patted the blade-strengthening gourd. At the same time, 2 golden pagoda demons suppressing talismans slid out from his sleeves. He held them between his fingers. He lowered his head and inadvertently saw the pair of straw sandals on his feet. Chen Pingan suddenly felt very happy. This trip down the mountain was really exciting. He laughed and said, "First day, 15th day, follow me to kill the demon." 229. When Chen Pingan went to the city god's pavilion to check out the situation, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng went to the county governor's mansion. The two of them were already mentally prepared to run into a wall. Unexpectedly, under the recommendation of his son, Lu Gaohua, the worried county governor Lu quickly received the bearded man and the young Taoist priest in the living room. Not only did he not ask them to leave, he did not even ask Su Yuanxia to show off her domineering bladesmanship, nor did he ask Zhang Shanfeng to fly around the courtyard with his peachwood sword. After hearing the two of them's report, he hesitated for a moment before allowing them to follow him to the main hall. The two of them were shocked. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the main hall. There were armored warriors who sat with their hands on their sabers, elderly civil officials who were pointing at the county city's geomancy map, and a few energetic men and women. At first glance, they could tell that they were cultivators. If they did not deliberately hide their aura and breathing, they should be chi cultivators of the 3rd or 4th realm. Governor Lu gave them a general introduction. Most of them were unworldly experts from Yanji County. There were also foreigners who came after hearing the news. They were similar to Su Yuanxia and the rest. Su Yuanxia focused on an ordinary-looking man. His aura was calm and steady. He should be an expert who did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. Zhang Shanfeng, on the other hand, took a few more glances at Taoist Chongmiao. The old Taoist priest was leisurely drinking tea. Behind him stood 2 brass strongmen who were 10 feet tall. Strongmen were the unique symbol of the Taoist talisman sect. Most of them did not have spiritual intelligence. They would only listen to their master's simplest orders, such as killing enemies. The high-grade brass strongmen's combat power was comparable to that of a martial artist of the 3rd realm. They should not be underestimated. They should not be seen as crude and stupid puppets. Governor Lu gave Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, who had arrived later, a rough overview of the current situation. Then, with some emotion, he clasped his hands and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. If we can safely survive this disaster, Yanji County will definitely erect a monument for you and write it in the local annals." Almost everyone who was seated stood up to return the greeting and said some polite words that were duty-bound to be exchanged. Governor Lu walked to the side of the table. There were 2 maps on it. One was the map of the county city, and the other was the map of the 6 counties of the Colorful Robes Kingdom, including Yanji County. Governor Lu pointed at a place between Yanji County and the neighboring county. "I just received good news. General Ma and Old Immortal are personally watching over the city wall. 600 elite cavalry have already left the station and are moving towards our county city at top speed. They can enter the city and wait for orders at the latest. The 2,000 infantrymen should arrive outside the city after midnight." It was Governor Lu's first time dealing with this kind of incident. He was so anxious that his throat was smoking. In addition, he had been on the move all day and was on tenterhooks all day. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. He quickly took a cup of hot tea from the old advisor. The old advisor who had been advising in the governor's mansion for many years stood beside the table in place of Governor Lu. He pointed out one place at a time. The Xingwang Pavilion in the northeast, the Embroidery Lane in the north of the city, the Horsehead Bridge in the south, the Hanging Copper Tower in the west, and the Zhao Mansion in the middle. These 6 places are all strange. The Xingwang Pavilion has been urgently closed. The 2 immortal masters who snuck in have yet to come out. 6 people suddenly died in the Embroidery Lane. The 32 families of the local people have all moved out. Man-eating water demons have appeared under the Horsehead Bridge. It is unknown if they have flowed along the river to other parts of the city. It is quite troublesome. The hanging copper tower, which was originally used to warn the immortals on the mountain, has collapsed. The old man guarding the tower has also died suddenly. As for the Zhao mansion, more than 10 people have gone crazy. They acted up inexplicably like a plague. Even 2 Yamen runners who went in to check on the situation have gone crazy. As for us. At this point, Governor Liu coughed softly. The old advisor did not continue speaking. After all, it would not be good if word got out. It might affect the governor's reputation as an official. This was because the Zhao mansion was in the same situation as the Xing Wang pavilion. The government had sent people to seal off the exits, forbidding the people in the mansion to go out. The old Taoist named Chongmiao put down his teacup and smiled. This is a serious matter. Lord Lu's actions are very bold. It is for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of people in the county city. I believe that after this, as long as the Zhao mansion has a little conscience, they will be grateful for Lord Lu's decision today. The armored general who sat on the chair glanced at Taoist Chongmiao. The corner of his mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. Governor Liu was a little embarrassed. He said softly, "There's no need to be grateful. If you can understand a little, I'll be very relieved." He quickly changed the topic and sighed. Fortunately, the old immortal happened to pass by our county and observed the night sky. He discovered the abnormality of the yin qi above the county city. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. If something were to happen and we were caught off guard by those demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unimaginable. Su Yuanxia asked, "That hanging copper pagoda, does it function like a beacon at the border?" "It can transmit signals to the immortals on the nearby mountains." The armored general's face was gloomy. He nodded and said, "That's right. However, the demons are vicious and cunning. They made a vicious move, causing the county city to lose contact with the immortal Lingxi sect 900 miles away. The hanging copper pagoda originally used a secret technique to transmit messages. It's very mysterious. At most, the Lingxi sect would know about it in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Now, the flying sword is sending messages. The speed is acceptable, but the price is a little expensive." The armored general glanced at the smug Taoist Chongmiao from the corner of his eye. No matter how he looked at him, he was asking for a beating. He actually asked for 100,000 taels of silver for the most common flying sword message. Did he really think that he didn't know the market price of the relay station on the mountain? He probably asked Governor Liu to fork out a lot of money to hire the 2 bronze strongmen. The general was General Ma's assistant. They had been on the battlefield together for many years. Although he used to dislike the bookworm Governor Liu, when he saw this famous scholar of colorful clothes nation running forward, he didn't hide under his bed in fear. Instead, he tried his best to maintain the situation. This changed his impression of this civil official. On the other hand, he had an extremely bad impression of the old Taoist who took advantage of the situation. "You're just an unorthodox Taoist whose family's foundation is in Yanji County City. What right do you have to raise the price? If the county city is destroyed, even if Taoist Chongmiao can escape and abandon his family, disciples, and ancestral foundation, aren't you afraid that he'll end up with nothing?" Su Yuanxia asked, "Governor Liu, may I ask when the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect will arrive in Yanji County? How many of them will arrive?" The county governor smiled. "Fortunately, there's a 1,000-year-old phoenix in the Lingxi sect's mountain gate. It was once the mount of the Lingxi sect's founding ancestor. After the ancestor passed away, the phoenix never left the mountain. Every generation of sect masters can ask it to do something. The phoenix can carry 5 to 6 immortal masters on its back. If there's no accident with the flying sword message, I believe that the Lingxi sect will arrive in the sky above the county city at noon tomorrow." Governor Liu sighed and suddenly raised his voice to encourage everyone. Therefore, we need everyone to help the county city hold on until the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect arrive. At the very least, we have to hold on until noon tomorrow. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's eyes met. Their expressions were not relaxed. Zhang Shanfeng was more worried about Chen Pinggan's trip to the city god pavilion. Would there be any accidents? There was a towering tower at the east gate of Yanji County. It was 2 stories high and had 3 layers of eaves. It looked like a coiling dragon and a crouching tiger. General Ma's armor was not new and shiny. Instead, it was very old. It was covered with cuts from swords and sabers. It was obvious that it was the favorite of this border general of the Colorful Robes Kingdom. In the past 100 years, the Colorful Robes Kingdom did not have many border wars. They only had occasional conflicts with the ancient Yu Kingdom in the north. Therefore, the military men on the battlefield had always valued military achievements. It was often the key to promotion in the army and promotion in the imperial court. If not for the fact that General Ma had no one to speak for him in the imperial court, he would have become a young leader of the Ministry of War. On the top floor of the tower, General Ma suddenly saw the old immortal looking in the direction of the city god pavilion for a long time. He thought that something unexpected had happened and asked, "Elder Huang, has the demon inside started to appear and cause trouble?" The old immortal with fluttering sleeves stroked his beard and smiled, "It's okay. I have my ways of winning. The place we really need to pay attention to is the Zhao Manor in the center of the city. It's too close to the county governor's manor. If anything happens, the consequences will be severe. Fortunately, I met 2 good friends on this trip to the south. They are both leaders of the righteous immortals on the mountain. They originally wanted to travel to Lakeview Academy and discuss Taoism with the teachers. Now that things are urgent, they can't care about whether their journey will be delayed. I have already sent a message to the 2 of them, asking them to quickly reinforce Yanji County. I think they will be here soon. When the time comes, General Ma and I will work together to guard the east gate of the city. One of my old friends will keep an eye on the Zhao Manor and protect the county governor's manor at the same time." General Ma cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If Elder Huang had not discovered the clues and quickly informed us, the people of the county governor's manor would have been in great trouble. Elder Huang, you are still willing to take the risk and help us. I am a rough man. I can't say beautiful words, but I will definitely remember them." The old immortal shook his head and smiled. If cultivating on the mountain is to achieve Taoism and ascend without caring about the suffering of the people, then what is the point of cultivating as an immortal? Why do you want immortality? General Ma hammered his chest armor with his fist and then gave him a thumbs up. He said with sincere admiration, "Elder Huang, just based on this sentence, you are really cultivating." Speaking of this, the middle-aged general said indignantly, "As for those immortal masters in the colorful clothes nation who only know how to fish for compliments, especially those in the capital, humph, they are really shameless. All they do is ask for money from the imperial court and build immortal pavilions and tall buildings, wasting people's money. Sigh, it's better not to talk about it. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get." The old immortal put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Which river in the world is not filled with mud and sand? General Ma, you don't have to be too resentful. Since things are like this, just be yourself first. The general nodded and agreed. He admired the old immortal beside him who was profound in Taoism and compassionate at the same time. Immortals didn't just exist in the heavenly paradises on the mountain. There were also immortals at the foot of the mountain. The old immortal used his abilities again and squinted his eyes to look towards the city god's pavilion. Because they were too far away, he couldn't see clearly. If only old demon me was here. He knew a bit of mountain view, so he should be able to see everything clearly from such a distance. However, he had sensed the destruction of the city god's pavilion's secret technique formation. There was definitely someone who overestimated himself trying to be a hero. It didn't matter. He already had a backup plan in place. The Golden City God and the civil and martial deities on both sides had been secretly tampered with by old Demon Me. He didn't hesitate to pay a huge price and use the special incense that had lasted for over 20 years to unknowingly corrupt them. Because of this, old Demon Me shamelessly demanded 3 spirit artifacts from the 3 of them. Only then did he stop. That was why the city god's pavilion's little disturbance couldn't affect the final flow of a great river. After 30 years of scheming, the 4 powers worked together. How could they fail at the last moment? With a little manipulation, perhaps Yang Huang or his wife would be able to take advantage of the situation and become a legitimate mountain god granted by the imperial court. If it was the latter, it would be terrifying. The husband and wife were both in the cave realm. If they didn't curry favor with each other, it was very likely that the Divine Grandeur sect would push the boat with the current and give them goodwill. At that time, what would Xiao Lu do? At that time, it would be useless even if he kowtowed and admitted his mistake. He might as well lower his posture now and take the initiative to show goodwill. Xiao Lu had already made up his mind. He no longer hesitated in his heart and openly went to the old mansion to congratulate the husband and wife. He admitted his mistake and apologized to them. He drank 3 cups of wine as punishment and gave them a low-grade but very likable spiritual tool. Yang Huang was also a clever person. It hadn't been long since they shed all pretense of cordiality. Now that Xiao Lu was carrying a bramble to ask for forgiveness, he was very polite and enthusiastic. He drank the wine and even accepted the spiritual tool. However, after drinking, he was half drunk. Yang Huang began to curse Xiao Lu again. In the end, even the female ghost couldn't stand it anymore. After persuading him for a long time, Yang Huang didn't listen. Xiao Lu didn't say anything at the table and just endured it. After that, Xiao Lu stayed in the old mansion and sent a message to the Divine Grandeur sect disciples in the small town. Then, the group stayed for another day. The atmosphere was harmonious and harmonious. When Xiao Lu left, he knew that all of Yang Huang's actions were just for show. In his heart, he only looked down on him. Yang Huang was more of a smart person who would rather scold a gentleman than provoke a villain. However, Xiao Lu's trip was not in vain. The relationship between the two was already very satisfactory. They were far from being friends. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. However, they would no longer be enemies. In the future, if they managed things well and put in more effort to come to Yanji County, there might even be a chance for them to become acquaintances on the surface. Xiao Lu led the group back to the north with mixed feelings. However, after just a few dozen miles of mountain roads, Xiao Lu noticed that something was wrong in Yanji County. However, this old immortal master of the Divine Grandeur sect was silent and only hurried on. That night, the group slept outdoors on the peak of the mountain. The young Third Realm sword cultivator found the old Taoist standing at the edge of the cliff and asked softly, "Master, there's obviously a demonic aura in Yanji County. It's quite big. Since it dares to be so brazen in the county, it's definitely not an ordinary demon. Should we hurry over and take a look?" Xiao Lu chuckled and said, "Even you can see that the demonic aura there is soaring to the sky. I'm not blind." The young man carefully digested the meaning of his master's words. He asked tentatively, "Then should we send a message to the sect by flying sword? Just say that we need reinforcements." The old man squinted and looked at the night sky above Yanji County. He said slowly, "Uncle Master Fu wanted us to suppress the Qin mountain god. Now that the mountain god temple has collapsed, we've also retrieved 3 fragments of the golden body. You guys have gained a lot from this trip down the mountain, far surpassing your peers. How many chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms have seen so many golden body fragments of the mountain gods? You'll definitely be able to come up with a good evaluation for this outer sect inspection. If you're lucky, you might even get a good evaluation. The old man turned his head and said softly, "Sheeping, you must know that for good things in the world, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Once you and I choose to send a message by flying sword, the sect will send people to Colorful Robes country to carefully investigate this matter. When we compare the time, we'll shrink back and be easily exposed. As for these words, it's only because you're my proudest disciple that I'm willing to pour my heart out to you. Remember not to spread this to anyone else." The young swordsman was sincerely convinced. He lowered his voice and said, "Master is wise. Your plan is flawless." Zhao Lu turned around and looked at the bonfire in the distance. The 3 disciples of the Divine Grandeur sect were sleeping cross-legged. The youngest one among them was unconscious. When he breathed in and out, wisps of mist hung around his ears and nose. On the other hand, the brother and sister who had entered the sect earlier than him were not as good as the youngest one. The old man frowned and said in a low voice, "We still have to inform that wimpy kid about this matter. This child has sharp senses. Don't be fooled by his pretense that he doesn't know anything. In fact, we can deceive the siblings, but we can't deceive him. If we don't make it clear and he spills the beans when he returns to the sect, it'll be a disaster." The young swordsman nodded. Zhao Lu turned his head to look at his direct disciple with a smile and said amiably, "Sheeping, it's not easy to stop that mischievous brat. Didn't you secretly hide a golden body fragment? This is against the rules. Once it's discovered, the sect will punish you severely. Take it out, Master will help you give it to him. Let's see if he dares to accept this hot potato. If he accepts it, then we will be on the same side. When we return to the mountain, we can take care of each other in the future. Master can be considered as paving the way for you and building a bridge for you. If he doesn't accept it, Master is the person who led you on this journey and has the responsibility of investigating. After this, I will have to submit a document to the outer sect. Within the rules, if I want to discuss that child's backer, no one can find fault with it." Then the old Taoist opened his palm and extended it to the young swordsman. "Take it out." The young swordsman's face turned pale in an instant, but he quickly squeezed out a smile. He didn't hide it, nor did he look unwilling. Soon, he handed the largest golden shard to the old Taoist. Zhao Lu put away the golden shard and smiled. "Oh, it's not small. 1 piece is worth 2 pieces. It seems that the kid's luck is pretty good. He picked up such a big bargain." The young swordsman's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, "I originally wanted to return to the sect and give it as a birthday gift on Master's birthday next month." The old Taoist nodded and patted the young swordsman's shoulder. "You're considerate." Then the young swordsman quietly returned to the bonfire and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and kept a smile on his face. His eyes gradually became murky, and then they suddenly became bright and full of spirit, as if he was possessed by a god. His entire person, from inside to outside, had a completely different aura. He was no longer that poor scholar, but more like an incognito, emperor on a private visit. Scholar Lu's face was full of smiles. He stretched out his hand and shakily raised the teacup. After drinking the last mouthful of tea, he stood up, took out a large number of copper coins, and threw them on the table. Then, he strode away. At first, his footsteps were a little shaky. Drinking tea was like drinking fine wine. His eyes were a little tipsy. However, as he walked, his footsteps became steadier and steadier. Finally, the scholar crossed the official road into the farmland where the rapeseed flowers were blooming. There was no one around. He shook his shoulder and the knot of the bag automatically opened. It fell off his body and hovered in the air. A beautiful Taoist robe with exquisite embroidery floated out of the bag. It was really pink. The scholar's outer robe also unbuttoned and fell off by itself. It happened to be in the position of the pink Taoist robe. Then, it lay down obediently in the bag. In addition to the gorgeous Taoist robe that did not conform to the secular rules, there was also a golden hairpin in the bag. It slowly floated to the top of the scholar's head and pinned itself on his hair bun. Then, the bag flashed and disappeared. Apparently, it had disappeared into the object. Of course, it could also be an object that was close at hand. It could even be an object that was known as the wonderful small cave in the legend. The scholar spread out his hands and looked up at the sky with an intoxicated smile. The pink Taoist robe gave people a feeling of joy. It suddenly spread out and came behind the scholar. It was as if there was a maid waiting on him. The scholar didn't need to do anything. The robe was put on him just like that. Scholar Lu Qiqing, who was already handsome, was really handsome after putting on the Taoist robe. The elegant scholar strode forward. His footsteps were in the air. He was free and unfettered. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and went straight into the clouds. He sang loudly, 1,000 years in the tomb, 1,000 years in the world. The earth under his feet was full of foreign yellow flowers. The sound of horse hooves rang out as they headed towards the south of the city. Along the way, they looked left and right at the scenery of the city. Most of the streets were still bustling as usual. Tourists weaved together and shops stood in great numbers. It was extraordinarily lively. They were completely unaware that danger had already enveloped the entire city. Life and death were on the line. According to what General Ma said, the demons had come with such great fanfare. They must have come prepared. In the worst-case scenario, it wouldn't just be a few hundred people dying. In the history of the beautiful Robe's kingdom, the imperial court had defined many disasters as plagues. They had harmed tens of thousands of people. Among them were the evil formations of the demonic path or some filthy magical treasures that had gone out of control. The people who died from these kinds of accidents often had their bones exposed to the sun. They didn't dare to collect the bodies for burial. The plague that had affected Yanji County in the past was like this, resulting in the large-scale mass grave of several hundred li. If the sky really collapsed, how could the ignorant commoners escape? Unless there was a tall person who could withstand it. If not, then they could only wait for death. The old man felt a little emotional. The actions of the governor's residence and Governor Lu this time had made him, as an old aide, look at them in a new light. It was true that Governor Lu had spent money to hire Daoist Chong Miao to send a message on a flying sword. The consonant sect would definitely send reinforcements. It was also true that the rainbow wand could carry people on the wind and travel south quickly. However, Governor Lu had lied about how fast it could travel. The rainbow wand could indeed reach Yanji County by tomorrow afternoon if it flew alone. However, if it carried 2 or 3 people, it might not even reach the northern border of Yanji County by night. Why did Governor Lu lie? Because as the head official of a county, Governor Lu needed people to stand up in times of danger. If these people could hold on until the rainbow wand arrived, that would be the best outcome. If they could hold on until tomorrow afternoon, then those who had shown their faces and formed a personal grudge against the demons would have no way out. They could only live and die with the county. If the great demon lurking in the city did not make a move and did not cause trouble by tomorrow afternoon, then it would be fine. Governor Lu would still have a way to force them to show themselves. If Yanji County took the initiative to declare war, the demons could still wait patiently until the day after tomorrow. By then, the county would be in a good position to receive reinforcements from all directions, especially when the immortal masters of the consonant sect were about to arrive. Governor Liu was even less worried about the situation. That was why it was said that when a scholar was at his wit's end, he could be ruthless and have a bellyful of evil tricks. This was also the first time the old man truly met his advisor, Governor Liu. Not only was the old man not disappointed, he even felt that it was worth drinking to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening were slim. Before tricking the young master, Lu Gaohua, to the back door, the old man had a heartfelt conversation with Governor Liu. Governor Liu said that if the calamity in Yanji County ended with the death of 100 or 200 people, he would definitely run if he could. However, if many innocent people were going to die, he would not run. At that time, the scholar in official robes pointed at his chest and said that something was wrong there. He also said that he had read so many books of the saints and could be considered old friends with them. If he lived in this world, he would not have the face to flip through books in the future and would not be able to see his old friends. If I don't read books in this lifetime, what's the point of living? Yanji County's parents, who had never experienced war and smoke in their lives, were actually trembling when they said those sincere words. Their faces were pale and their legs were shaking. They could not hide it no matter how hard they tried. He let the old aide see everything clearly. Saying such bold words with such a cowardly attitude. It was quite comical. However, the old advisor could not laugh, nor did he find it funny. Some of the scholars who became officials were indeed different from those poor scholars who believed that they were born at the wrong time and that they were not given the opportunity to do so. The old man who acted as the coachman collected his thoughts and sped up the horses' hooves as they left the city. The old man could not help but look back. He did not know where the naughty disciple he had secretly taken in had gone to play. He could not find her no matter how hard he tried. He only hoped that she would not cause trouble. The calamity in Yanji County was not something she could mess up. The old man shook his head and said helplessly, "The Jianghu waters are muddy and the winds are strong on the mountain. It is not easy to survive anywhere. Is it so hard to find a place to eat?" There was a rice shop in the north of Yanji County that had been open for more than 20 years. The owner of the shop was a tall and thin old man who was silent all year round. The two workers in the shop who were rooted in the county with the old man did not like to joke either. However, they often went to the city god pavilion to burn incense, which made the neighbors have a good impression of them. In addition, the rice shop sold rice and mountain delicacies at low prices, so business was good. Today, two foreigners came to the rice shop. They were a middle-aged couple who looked simple and honest. The shop had closed early. One of the young workers that the shop had recruited at the end of last winter explained that the shopkeeper's distant relatives had come. No one found it strange. It was normal for relatives who had not visited for so many years to chat after seeing each other. After the shop closed, the owner and the couple sat at the table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and a fragrant smell. The three workers in the shop gathered together and cracked melon seeds. They clearly did not have the qualifications to sit. The man who had come from afar reached out and grabbed a greasy chicken leg. He gnawed on it madly while holding a wine pot in one hand. When he tilted his head back, half of the wine spilled out. The woman tilted her head slightly, pinched the skin under her chin with 2 fingers, and tore it lightly. She actually tore off a thin piece of skin and threw it heavily on the table. Only then did she lean back on the chair and let out a heavy breath. "This bullshit thing, it's really torturous to wear. I can't even breathe properly, and it actually costs 30 snowflakes." The 3 workers in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman who had torn off her disguise was really ugly. The 3 brothers looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the woman had bought that face worth 30 snowflakes. As the woman spoke, she reached out with her other hand and tore off a second piece of skin and threw it on the table. The three of them were stunned. They swallowed their saliva. This old woman was really good-looking. The three of them began to pray for a third face. When the woman raised her hand again, the three of them wailed inwardly. It was actually an ugly freak. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman threw them a coquettish glance and said sweetly, "That's all. Big sister looks like this. Am I pretty?" The owner of the shop said unhappily, "Hurry up and get to the point." The man raised his chin, indicating that the woman should continue. He was busy with his wine and meat. The woman took out a small mirror and tidied up her hair. "Languid," she said, "old demon me, we came to split the spoils with you." The old man picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and chewed on it. He frowned and said, "We haven't even gotten the spoils yet, and you're already thinking about splitting the spoils. Is there something wrong with the two of you?" The woman lowered the mirror slightly and said with a charming smile, "You and Fairy Luli are very close. You've been friends for over 100 years. Of course we know that. However, the ship is about to sink. Old demon me, you can't drown with him, right?" The old man called Old Demon Me put down his chopsticks. "What do you mean? It's really beautiful. As expected of a high-quality product worth 80 snow coins. It's just that you're too cowardly. I offered you 200 snow coins, but you didn't even dare to make me a face that's 70 to 80% similar to He Xiaoliang's." The woman put down the mirror and tore off another piece of skin, revealing an old, freckled face. The man's mouth was full of oil. He said with a smile, "That's right, that's right. If it's 70 to 80% similar to He Xiaoliang or Su Jia, let alone 200 snow coins, I'd even be willing to pay 500. At night, I'd be hugging Fairy He or Fairy Su and rolling in bed. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a heavenly life. I'd be able to keep the lights on all night." The woman rolled her eyes at the man and continued, "A little sword immortal surnamed Fu from the Divine Edict sect has also joined the Spirit Rhinoceros sect's expedition to the south. She's young, but her airs are bigger than the heavens. On the way south, the two ancestors of the Spirit Rhinoceros sect treated her like a bodhisattva." The old man put down his chopsticks and said with a heavy expression, "Really?" The woman nodded and said, "If not, we'd like to break up ahead of time. What good would it do us to leave you behind? We won't do things that harm others without benefiting ourselves. If we're too careless in doing business, our business won't last long." The old man asked a crucial question, "How do you know that the people of the Divine Edict sect are involved? Do you have spies in the Spirit Rhinoceros sect? And their seniority isn't low either." The woman asked in return, "Is that strange?" The old man sneered and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "So you're doing business up in the mountains. Admirable, admirable." The man threw the chicken drumstick on the ground and interrupted loudly, "Up in the mountains. That's awesome, isn't it? What's the big deal about our little squabbles?" The woman said bluntly, "Old demon me, that's how it is. Give me a definite answer. If you're determined to stay with Elder Luli, we'll leave as soon as we finish our meal. That business with the Spirit Rhinoceros sect is enough for us to make a fortune. If you're willing to work with us, then we'll work together. After killing Elder Luli, we'll activate the formation in advance, seize the treasure in the chaos, and run." The old man hesitated. The man wiped his mouth. "After killing Elder Luli, not only will his glazed lamp belong to you, you can also take whatever you find on this old friend of yours. However, that seal must belong to us." Old Demon Me muttered to himself for a moment. "Wait a moment." He turned his head to look at the youngest disciple. "Throw a copper coin and divine your fortune." The young shop assistant had handsome features, red lips, and white teeth. He smiled brilliantly and took out a handful of copper coins. He squatted on the ground and raised his head to ask, "Old me, are there any benefits?" The old man said indifferently, "You won't have to wear those women's clothes every night." The other two disciples' expressions remained the same. They smiled at each other. The young man blushed slightly and said coyly, "What kind of benefits are these?" "Old me, why don't you change to something else?" The old man thought for a moment. "I'll give you 10%. The young man with the feminine voice asked, "Will this disciple still have the life to spend the benefits?" Old Demon Me coldly glanced at the two disciples who had been in the sect for a long time. He nodded at the young man. "Yes." The young man smiled charmingly. He bit his finger and smeared his blood on the copper coins. Finally, he threw them out. After examining them for a moment, he raised his head and said in pleasant surprise, "Great." Old Demon Me felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He looked at the couple. "I'll have my disciple activate the formation in advance. The three of us will deal with Elder Luli together. We'll end this quickly. What do you think?" The woman slowly withdrew her gaze from the handsome young man's face. She was in a good mood. "Sure." The man suddenly asked in a sinister voice, "Old Demon Me, you've been friends with Elder Luli for 100 years. Can you really bear to kill him?" Old Demon Me picked up some food with his chopsticks. "I'll give you an immortal's glazed lamp to kill your wife. Will you do it?" The man was resentful. The woman wasn't sad at all. She took out her bronze mirror and looked it over. "If I'm worth a glazed lamp in this heartless bastard's eyes, then I'll have lived a good life." Outside the city god's hall, a young girl stood at the back door of the first hall, trembling with fear. She didn't even dare to stand in the small plaza between the Wealth God's Hall and the Taisway Hall. This was because the battle in the city god's hall was turning the heavens and earth upside down. The deity in her heart was first stepped on in the back by the demonized city god, Shinwen. Then, she saw that the young deity was even more powerful. He straightened his back in an instant, forcing the city god to take 2 steps back. Afterwards, the renowned Golden City god of the beautiful robes nation erupted with astonishing battle prowess. He ran around the spacious hall as if he was flying, chasing after the sword immortal with the case. During this time, he threw out 21 punches, and it was still that strange fist stance that could break through magical restrictions. The Golden City god had clearly been beaten to the point where he had fallen into the demonic path. His golden dust scattered throughout the hall, and countless cracks appeared on his clay idol. Wisps of black smoke seeped out. However, the Golden City god let out a loud roar, and formed a strange hand seal that the young girl didn't recognize. Not only did the golden dust return to the surface of the idol, even the cracks instantly closed up. The city god's eyes were pitch black and emitted a sinister aura. If one looked into his eyes, they would feel a chill run down their spines. However, apart from that, his golden body was still dazzling and dazzling. He was 3 zhang tall, and each of his punches caused the walls to cave in. Every step he took shattered the tiles on the ground. He was just like a dignified deity that presided over the heavens, vanquishing demons in the mortal realm. The Silver Bell girl was filled with worry. Could the invincible Golden City god really be defeated by someone? She was also a bit confused. Why didn't the old immortal bring out his 2 golden talisman? He didn't even want to use his flying sword. Instead, he only fought with the Golden City god in close combat. He had already used many different fish techniques. There were a few times when she saw the immortal carrying the box being sent flying from one side of the city god palace to the other. Listening to the sounds, he should have been sent flying into the wall by the Golden City god. Later on, the Golden City god simply tore down a pillar of the hole. He didn't care if the city god palace would collapse. He used it as a weapon and wantonly smashed it. When the immortals fought, the earth shook. The young girl was shocked to the core. Her palms were full of sweat as she silently cheered for him. Although the old immortal was temporarily at a disadvantage, he was still fighting valiantly. For example, he used his arms to block above his head, and forcefully blocked a huge pillar that smashed down on his head. The pillar suddenly broke, and his knees sank into the ground. The young girl hurriedly closed one of her eyes and turned her head. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. She thought that it must be very painful. Another time, he was kicked out of the hall, and his whole body rolled more than 10 times on the square. The Golden City God stood behind the door of the hall with a cold smile. He curled his finger at Chin Pingan, and Chin Pingan got up and rushed into the hall. In less than half an hour, the City God Palace was torn apart by the Golden City God. 5 to 6 pillars were torn down, and the hall that had experienced hundreds of years of ups and downs completely collapsed. Dust covered the sky. The Golden City God pulled out the last red pillar. The wall on the left was not as broken as the wall on the right. Instead, the entire wall collapsed outwards. Chen Pingan stood on the wall. His sleeves were already torn to shreds. He turned his head and lightly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Pingan treated the Golden City God as the second Makushwan. Through the battle, he used it to train his body and soul. He probably couldn't win with just his fists. It seemed that the statue could quickly recover to its peak state in the City God Palace no matter how badly it was beaten. This was too unreasonable. Chen Pingan glanced at the ruins from the corner of his eyes. He recalled the position where the Golden City God stood from the beginning to the end, and understood. The square-inch world was known as the wonderful little grotto heaven, and it had the same effect. For example, Mr. Qi and Master Wan were in the Lizhu grotto heaven. As long as the scholarly sage was in the academy, and the military sage was in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, they would have the time and place to fight with others. Presumably, the city god of Yanji County was here, and it was also in line with this point. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and continued to charge forward. He wanted to try to lure the city god away from the City God Palace. If possible, it would be best if he could lure him away from the entire City God Pavilion area. However, things didn't always go as planned. Although the Golden City God had turned into a demon and its intelligence was chaotic, it instinctively refused to leave the ruined City God Palace. Even if Chen Pingan used injuries as bait twice and threw himself out of the City God Palace, the Golden City God would at most use sections of the pillars as weapons and crazily smash them at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan didn't want to continue wasting time here. He had to go to the governor's office as soon as possible and expose the mastermind who was pretending to be mysterious. It was only at this moment that the true satisfaction of this great battle was fully displayed. Chen Pingan kept punching, and at the same time, Chu Yi and Chu Wu in the sword-strengthening gourd also flew toward the Golden City God. Above the City God Palace ruins, White Rainbow E and Jade Green 15, 2 flying swords, along with Chen Pingan's punches, wrapped around the tall Golden City God statue. The girl with the silver bell was dazzled and her mouth was agape. In the end, Chen Pingan took out a golden pagoda demon suppressing talisman, paying the price of a golden talisman that was completely dark. Only then was he able to suppress it. The golden body cracked, and in the end, only a dozen pieces of the golden body and that small green wooden box were left. Chen Pingan silently kept those things and touched the blood on his face. He walked beside the girl and smiled. "What is your name?" The girl was startled. "Lu Gaoxin." Chen Pingan said, "Happy." The girl's face was a little red, and she explained, "Gao as in high place, Xin as in warm. It's not Xing as in happy." When her parents gave her this name, it meant that in the future, she would be able to outshine others and have a fragrance at the highest place. The girl's appearance was pretty, and her state of mind was pure. She did not want to be entangled in this matter. The immortal in front of her had just finished his battle with the possessed Golden City god and needed to rest. Chen Pingan originally wanted to say that this name was very good, and that it was very similar to his name. But in the end, it was not happy, so he could only swallow the words back into his stomach. His expression was ugly as he sneered, "Old immortal Huang is the mastermind? Ha ha ha, you yellow-mouthed, white-toothed young man, I think you're the evil one who wants to fish in troubled waters." The old Daoist in bright Daoist robes turned his head and said to Governor Liu and the military general, "If old immortal Huang, whose Dao is exceedingly powerful, is the mastermind with ulterior motives, then why are we still plotting here? Besides, if old immortal Huang is the mastermind, why would he take off his pants to fart and take the initiative to warn us?" Governor Liu muttered, "That doesn't make sense." The general said something fair for the young man, "Evil spirits are the best at taking risks. They can't be judged with common sense. It's best that we don't believe anyone so easily. We might as well listen to what the young man has to say first." The young girl Lu Gaoxin jumped off the wall and ran all the way. Her movements were full of spiritual aura, especially the tinkling of the silver bells. Waves of golden ripples rippled around her body. She was clearly a cultivator who had reached a higher level. Governor Liu didn't have time to ponder why his daughter had turned into a flying immortal. When his youngest daughter came to his side, he immediately asked anxiously, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "You brat, the county city is in chaos now. Why are you running around?" "Nonsense." Lu Gaoxin pointed at Chen Pingan, old immortal. She suddenly realized that she had said something wrong. This was because when they were on the road, the old immortal who had an earth-shattering flying sword technique had specifically told her not to talk too much about the battle at the city god's pavilion. He was still unwilling to reveal his identity at the moment, in case the prefectural governor's manor also had a fiendish demon spy causing mischief. Lu Gaoxin hurriedly made up for it. "Young hero Chen Pingan and I encountered a female ghost with withered bones in the city god pavilion. It was the Tsai talisman beauty who first appeared on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. She was one of the demons who had brought disaster to the county city. Young hero Chen and I managed to subdue her with great difficulty." Unexpectedly, Lord City God and the two civil and military officials had turned into demons. Black smoke surged from their 7 orifices and they wanted to kill us. Fortunately, an old immortal who knew how to use a flying sword appeared out of nowhere and saved us. However, the old immortal was also seriously injured. He wanted us to first inform him that the fellow with the surname Huang and his allies were scheming to obtain a magic weapon. He wanted me to pass a message to father that we must not invite a wolf into our house. The old immortal also said that if necessary, he would definitely take action again after he had recuperated his sea of qi and natal flying sword to help us slay the demons. Chen Pingan looked calm. In his heart, he was praising the young girl for her quick thinking. Compared to Zhu Lu on Qituan Mountain and the group of Jianghu men and women in front of the dilapidated temple, the young girl named Lu Gaoxin with silver bells was indeed much better. Everyone quickly returned to the main hall. Before they could take their seats, armored soldiers covered in blood entered. It was said that there were many people in the county city who seemed to have fallen into a demonic state. They began to kill people in a frenzy. Chen Pingan saw with his own eyes a youth whose face was covered in blood being shot in the chest by a powerful arrow from a distance of 20 steps. His entire body was sent flying by the huge penetrating force. After falling backward, he struggled to stand up. More than half of the arrow was still in his chest. He spat out blood as he continued to rush forward. The poor formation of the archers, constables, and machete men was almost destroyed at the first charge. They could only engage in close combat with the fearless demonic men. If Qin Pingan and the other two had not arrived just in time, the endless stream of people of the Zhao mansion would have scattered everywhere, forming a disaster similar to a swarm of locusts. Qin Pingan did not know if there was a way to deal with the demonic men, so he used his fists and feet to send the demonic men of the Zhao mansion flying back to the gate. Lu Gaoxin's bell rang loudly, and the golden flowers scattered in all directions. As long as the demonic men were touched by the golden flowers, their bodies would fester and turn into a pool of blood and pus. The stench of blood filled the air. After the machete man surnamed Do unsheathed his saber, the blade bloomed with a dazzling snow-white light. With every slash, the demonic men, women, and children were split in half. The macheteman's machete skills were extraordinary. He had clearly reached the Grandmaster realm of returning to simplicity. He was straightforward, and his moves were straightforward without any sloppiness. However, compared to the machete man of the bearded machete man Su Yuanxia's machete skills, this man's machete skills lacked the rough aura of the battlefield and had a touch of the acme of perfection. It was very likely that he was a martial arts grandmaster who was on his way to the fourth realm. From this, it could be seen that the concealment in the main hall of the official residence was more of the so-called, the real man does not show his face, in Jianghu. After Lu Gaoxin blocked a wave of demonic qi in the Zhao mansion, she found that the ground around her was covered in blood and broken limbs. She suddenly squatted down and vomited. A red light flashed in the Zhao mansion, emitting a thick gloomy aura. Qin Pingan saw that there was no danger at the entrance of the Zhao mansion for the time being. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and swiftly flew over the high wall like a swallow, heading straight for the origin of the red light. Following the traces of the red light, Qin Pingan arrived at an elegant and quiet courtyard. There was a private library that was 3 stories high. A young master in white was sitting on the steps outside the library. He sat in a lazy posture, with his elbow resting on the armrest of the chair. He rested his chin on one hand and held an ancient book in the other, yawning. The extraordinarily handsome young master squinted at Qin Pingan and said with a smile, "Why did you come so late? This young master has an extraordinary bearing. Are you an immortal cultivator on the mountain? Or a grandmaster's disciple who travels the Jianghu?" Sitting up straight, the young master of the Zhao mansion dipped his finger in his saliva and gently turned a page of the book. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed between the pages. The red light converged into a thick rope, twisting and turning in the air like a python. It circled around the high wall of the courtyard and was about to rush into the mansion, trying to attach itself to the people in the mansion. Qin Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. The scarlet python was cut in half. The young master in white raised his eyebrows. "Oh, a little sword immortal. Impressive. I heard that sword immortals in the lower 5 levels have great killing power, but their physical strength is easily exhausted. A few breaths of sword qi can be dazzling, but it is easy for it to disappear. I wonder if you are more powerful." The young master in white held a book in one hand and flipped through an ancient book to the end with the other. Dozens of small scarlet snakes as thick as thumbs rushed into the sky from the library and were about to scatter in all directions. However, the young master in white saw that the young man who was about to hang the wine gourd was still in the mood to take off the wine gourd and drink a mouthful of wine. Before the young master of the Zhao mansion sneered, he could not laugh anymore. Because those little red snakes called crimson drill in the sky were instantly sliced into pieces by a wisp of crisscrossing white light. Then, he felt a chill between his eyebrows and suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He died with his eyes wide open. It turned out that his head was pierced by the flying sword from between his eyebrows. The wisp of sword qi that had seeped into his body and spirit also destroyed all his vitality in an instant with lightning speed. When Qin Pingan put away the wine gourd, the two flying swords, Chu Yi and Chu Wu, slowly returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. On the other side of the courtyard wall, the machete man surnamed Do stood on the wall. After seeing this scene, he saluted Qin Pingan with clasped hands. Qin Pingan thought of something and said to the machete man, "Tell Lu Gaoxian that I have to go to the Earth Temple immediately. I will be back soon." The machete man laughed heartily and said, "There is no big problem here. There are only a few cats and dogs. Immortal Master Qin, don't worry." Qin Pingan felt a little helpless. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he did not expect that the machete man would still see him kill the enemy with his flying sword. He nodded at the machete man and then his figure disappeared quickly. Qin Pingan sprinted all the way and leaped over a wall. Finally, he followed the voice of the ripples that appeared in his heart lake and followed that person's instructions. He came to an empty earth temple and looked up. Inside the earth temple, there was an elegant scholar waving at him with a smile on his face. However, his figure was swaying, like the last bit of light that would be extinguished with the slightest breeze. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and then rushed over. The deity stood in the dimly lit doorway while Qin Pingan stood outside the slightly brighter doorway. The scholar bowed first and then stood up with a smile. "This is the second time we meet. I am Xin Wen, the Lord Xing Wang of Yanji County. I have been watching over this city for hundreds of years. Today's result is the result of the past. I have neglected my duty first. If you did not break the restriction and successfully stop me from falling into the demonic path, the upright Lord Xing Wang of Cai Nation might have become an accomplice to the evildoer and become a murderer who harms the people in his jurisdiction. I want to thank you. If it was not for this little celestial master seal that deterred the demons, and the early formation of the mass grave outside the city with heavy resentment, they would have rushed into Yanji County long ago." Qin Pingan thought for a while and asked, "Do you need me to help you hand it to Governor Liu? Or hand it to the Emperor of Cai Country?" Lord Xing Wang, Xin Wen, looked carefully at the pair of clear eyes. He waved his sleeves and laughed loudly. "The teachings of the saints, the divine weapon of heaven and earth, can only be held by the virtuous." 232. I wish everyone a happy and peaceful new year. Just like Little Ping and in this novel, I wish you all a happy and peaceful new year. I wish you all the best in this new year. The Golden City God's words carried a lot of weight. Even the gentlemen chosen by the Confucian Academy would not dare to call themselves virtuous. The three immortality of a scholar was to establish virtue, make contributions, and speak. With virtue as the head, it was the most difficult. Most scholars could only settle for the next best thing in their lives, and they would even retreat again and again. However, Qin Pingan's knowledge was still shallow. He could not understand the deeper meaning behind Xin Wen's words as a scholar and not as the Golden City God. Qin Pingan naturally liked the green wooden box that made him feel at ease. Now that he knew that it contained a seal personally carved by the palm imprint Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, he liked it even more. Who didn't like good things in the world? Qin Pingan liked it very much. However, liking was one thing, but it did not mean that he could take what others liked. This had nothing to do with how fast Qin Pingan's punches were, how high his martial arts realm was, or how many flying swords he had. This was actually what the Confucian Academy advocated. It was just that Qin Pingan did not know the truth yet. Xin Wen smiled and said, "Just take the seal." Seeing that the little immortal master in front of him was a little confused, the Golden City God Xin Wen was even happier. After hundreds of years of exposure to incense, he had seen all kinds of prayers, demands, and ignorance from pilgrims, as well as suffering, piety, and helplessness in worldly affairs. Xin Wen had changed from a pure official who only knew how to serve his country to someone who understood worldly affairs more and more. Occasionally, even a clay bodhisattva would get angry. He was angry at those men and women who only knew how to burn incense and pray to gods but not themselves. He was angry at those filthy rich and unruly people. He would also lament their misfortune and be angry at those who did not strive. Many things and people appeared in his mind one by one as he was about to disappear. The Golden City god Shenwen looked at the young man standing outside the door with mixed feelings. Shenwen suddenly took a deep breath, and his scattered and ethereal figure stabilized a little. He said, "Shenwen has a final request. You can consider whether you want to do it or not. Shenwen does not dare to force you." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "The Golden City god can just say it." Shenwen asked, "If a wise monarch appears in colorful robes country in the future, will you be able to help? Even if it's just a little bit of help, such as a drought or a flood, you're not far from here. Can you use your divine ability to help the people of the beautiful robes nation safely survive the natural disaster?" Every time is better." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Lord Xingwang, don't worry. Regardless of whether the Colorful Clothes Empire's emperor is wise or not, as long as I hear that the Colorful Clothes Empire is in trouble, I will definitely take the initiative to come here. But let me say this first, I will only do what I can. I hope Lord Xingwang can understand." Shenwen's face was filled with relief as he muttered, "Very good, this is very good." In truth, this Golden City god felt guilty because he was scheming against others. Shenwen firmly believed that as long as the young man in front of him cultivated the Great Tao and didn't make any major mistakes, he would definitely have a bright future. At that time, as long as the young man had feelings for the beautiful robes nation, the later he acted, the higher his realm, and the more beneficial it would be for the beautiful robes nation. Shenwen looked at the gloomy sky outside the Earth Temple and felt bitter in his heart. I, Shenwen, can only do this much for the beautiful robes nation. Shenwen came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Previously, I only talked about half of the golden body fragments. I talked about the origin and grade. As for the use, it's a little similar to the dragon slaying technique. It's extremely useful, but the threshold is very high. If it's an ordinary person, holding hundreds of golden body fragments in their hands would probably be meaningless. However, if the person who has the fragments has friends who walk the path of the divine path, that would be a genuine priceless treasure. It's an innate spirit weapon in the world, an extremely rare and precious one. Or if it's given by the monarch of a country to the gods of their own mountains and rivers, it would definitely be considered a top gift in the world. Taking a step back, when you reach a place near the top of the mountain, you can sell it to knowledgeable people who need it. For example, great cultivators of the Golden Core realm and nascent soul realm. You can ask for a sky-high price. No matter how much you ask, it wouldn't be excessive. Chen Pingan's expression was solemn as he memorized everything. Shenwen smiled and said, "Please extend your hand." Chen Pingan was a little dazed as he extended his hand. Shenwen extended his hand and dug into his chest. After clenching his fist, he extended it towards Chen Pingan. Releasing his fist, he gently placed an item in Chen Pingan's palm. It was a golden item the size of a goose egg. Chen Pingan raised his head and blinked his eyes. Shenwen smiled and said, "In the ruins of the ancient battlefield, countless military cultivators painstakingly searched for the spirits of the battlefield. They were actually looking for the heroic spirits of heroes and war gods. I, Shenwen, was born a scholar. After my death, I was conferred the title of city god of this place by the emperor of the colorful robes country. I have a golden body and its appearance is decent. It's not the city god of the capital city of the dynasty. However, this golden body. Guts. It's not inferior to any city god of the continent." At this moment, Shenwen seemed to have returned to his youth. He studied hard for more than 10 years. He was a carp that jumped over the dragon's gate. He was a farmer in the morning and ascended to the emperor's hall in the evening. He was in high spirits. As the top scholar, he led the way in the palace. He was not doing it to bring glory to his family, but to bring joy to all the families. After Shinwen handed over the golden body guts, he seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. After hundreds of years of conscientious protection, he could finally have a good rest. Chen Pingan did not retract his hand for a long time. Shinwen laughed loudly and extended a finger. He gently tapped on the guts and said with a smile, "I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but my heart is as one." The boy crashed into the wall. The machete man used his long knife to push aside 2 bundles of firewood. There was a sallow and emaciated girl inside. She was tied up tightly with rope. One of her eye sockets was bleeding non-stop. The other eye socket was no different from a normal person's. The girl's lips were pale and slightly trembling. The machete man raised his knife and was about to strike when the boy struggled to get up. He picked up a hatchet and rushed to the girl. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill him, I'll kill you." The Zhao Manor was indeed the #1 aristocratic family in Yanji County. Even the servants and children of the Zhao Manor could understand the language of the entire continent. The machete man sneered and said, "You don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that your *t kindness today may cause the deaths of thousands of people?" The boy was thin and his clothes were thin. He had a determined look in his eyes and said, "I don't care. I want to protect Luan Luan." The machete man kicked the boy who was holding the hatchet and sent a gust of knife energy toward the poor girl. A silver bell rang out, and the saber aura shattered the many golden flowers that flew over. The bladesman's hand paused for a moment, but the edge of the saber still left an inch-long wound on the girl's forehead. The machete man was not angry when his knife was blocked. He turned and stared at the girl and asked, "Lu Gaoxin, can you save her?" Others may not know the consequences of becoming a demon, but as an accomplished qi cultivator, how can you not know? Why, when the situation is beyond saving, are you going to personally execute this girl? Lu Gaoxin's face was pale and her lips trembled. "I can't bear to." The machete man snorted. "I think it's because I killed those demons outside the Zhao mansion too quickly. Miss Lu didn't see them gnawing on the flesh of the commoners." Lu Gaoxin. The boy struggled to get up again. He was in so much pain that he could not hold the knife steadily. The tip of the knife trembled. The boy screamed at the machete man, "Bastard, kill me first if you dare." The machete man sneered, "What's the point of killing you?" He was about to strike again. Lu Gaoxin's eyes were red. She turned away and could not bear to watch. Someone outside the door said, "Wait a moment." The machete man thought for a moment and sheathed his knife. He turned and smiled at the person. "Since the immortal master has spoken, I won't do anything unnecessary." It turned out to be Qin Pingan who had returned to the Zhao mansion. He nodded at the machete man. Qin Pingan walked quickly into the woodshed and squatted in front of the girl. He found that the girl seemed to be fighting against the demon in her body. Even though her eyes were bleeding and she was in so much pain, she still kept her lips tightly shut and did not make a sound. The girl tried her best to open her normal eye. Her eyes were full of pleading. If one could live, who would be willing to die? Especially a child of this age. Chen Pingan looked at the stubborn girl and patted her head gently. He said warmly, "Don't be afraid. Cry out when you're in pain. It's okay, it's okay." The girl raised her head. Half of her face was bleeding. She looked at the unfamiliar young man who was smiling and cried out loud. Some grievances, no matter how big or small, could only be understood by those who had suffered the same grievances. Otherwise, no matter how kind others were, they would not be able to make people feel at ease. Chen Pingan helped her untie the rope and turned around. He squatted and turned his head. "Come, I'll carry you to a safe place. Someone will save you." After putting two cold hands on his shoulders, Chen Pingan smiled at the boy with the machete. "Please tie us together with a rope. I'm afraid that something will happen to Wanidong and I won't be able to take care of her. You have to be quick." Chen Pingan took a deep breath and bent down. Holding the small wind and snow all engraved with the words, "with spirit," his vision was a bit blurry. Chen Pingan gently shook his head, thinking back to when he was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in his hometown. He was most afraid of the slightest error when it came to burning porcelain. A slight error could mean that the porcelain in his hand would become a decoration in the emperor's house, or a pile of broken porcelain pieces from an old porcelain mountain that was worse than mud. Chen Pingan tried his best to breathe steadily. He began to draw talismans with his martial qi. The qi of a qi cultivator could be endlessly circulating. Although drawing talismans required one to complete it in one go, it was still much easier for a pure martial qi cultivator to draw talismans. On the other hand, Chen Pingan, whose longevity bridge had long been shattered, had to consume a great deal of energy to draw a talisman that was full of spirituality. It was not at all as easy as the 21 punching divine man's drumming style. He could not draw talismans too fast or too slow. In a secluded corridor that no one knew about, the young man held the small snow wind awl and bent over to draw talismans. His strokes were steady, but his 7 orifices were slowly bleeding. Chen Pingan did not think about whether it was worth it to spend a golden talisman that he had already roughly known its value for a girl he had never met before. Whether he would feel heartache after the event, the miser Chen Pingan would definitely feel it. But that was also a matter of the event. He would think about it when the time came. At most, he would just drink to relieve his boredom. A young lighting talisman drawn on the golden talisman paper was done. Chen Pingan wiped off the bloodstains and rushed to the main hall of the official residence. When he handed the talisman to the old man was stunned. He took the talisman with both hands with a look of disbelief. The heavy and abundant qi was almost about to rush out of the golden talisman paper. The old man asked in an uncertain tone, "Then I'll use it." Chen Pingan nodded and smiled, "Use it." The old man squatted down and clamped the young lighting talisman with 2 fingers. He shouted, "Rise." The golden talisman remained motionless, without the slightest movement. The old man was ashamed and his face flushed. He mobilized all the qi in his body and shouted again, "Rise." The golden talisman suddenly burst into flames. However, it did not burn to ashes. Instead, a large ball of golden light emerged. Governor Liu, who did not know the real mystery, clicked his tongue in admiration. The old woman holding the sword was also staring so hard that her eyeballs almost popped out. The old man did not dare to relax. He forced himself to circulate his qi and raised his other hand. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at the ball of golden light that flowed like water. He seemed to be referring to what he had said previously. The mountain was not righteous and was used to disregarding human lives. However, how much better was the foot of the mountain? The man laughed and unsheathed his saber. He strode through the doorstep. "I'll help you finish the wine in the wine flask at your waist." Governor Liu was at a loss. What was going on here? Chen Pingan remained standing in his original spot. Previously, Ma Kuxuan's master, the sword cultivator from Martial Mountain, had killed an ancient Yu Kingdom assassin. Now, 2 had come at once. He did not know if there was a 4th. Chen Pingan said, "Since you have already seen my family's wealth," after a slight pause, Chen Pingan suddenly laughed. "The first day, the 15th day. This time, we can make our appearance more beautiful." The venomous woman from the ancient Yu kingdom clicked her tongue. Sword immortal, you still want to struggle. Do you know that our Miao Miao Tower's owner, who is known as the Thousand Face, is very experienced in dealing with 5 realm mountain immortals? Usually, he might not be able to take advantage of you, but today, it won't be difficult for him to break your neck in half an hour. Chen Pingan could not be bothered with the sarcastic woman. He quietly recuperated his qi. A resplendent white beam and a dark green beam flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd and hovered near Chen Pingan's shoulders. The woman was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How can you still summon your flying sword?" Even the swordsman, who was used to great storms, had to stop in his tracks. He switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. Chen Pingan looked around and asked the 2 flying swords with a smile, "Then let's go together. Let's kill the one who talks the most first. I'll deal with the one who talks the least." The owner of the Miao Miao Tower, who was famous for his assassination skills, did not want to advance rashly. Chen Pingan had already charged forward. Every step he took caused the ground to shatter. At the same time, the snow-white and dark green beams drew 2 beautiful arcs in the air of the main hall and passed by the swordsman in an instant. The woman screamed. With a tap of her toes, she leaped into the air and wanted to escape. She did not want to see that young monster again in her life. The woman's graceful figure in the air paused twice, one in front and one behind. Then, she fell to the ground. Blood slowly seeped out of her chest and between her eyebrows. The machete man roared. Holding the machete with both hands, the man whose momentum had reached its peak retreated instead of advancing. Spiritual light suddenly flashed on his legs, and his whole body flew backward. His body directly hit the screen wall outside the door and crashed through a wall. Covered in dust, the top assassin's palms were shining. He was also supported by talismans. With a heavy slap on the ground, his body instantly disappeared. Chen Pingan slowed down and walked to the threshold. He looked around and finally pointed in a direction in the distance. There. Chu Yi and Chu Wu, who were flying close to the ground, flew toward the direction Chen Pingan pointed at almost at the same time. The floor was made of hard bricks, but ripples appeared. After a while, it finally calmed down. Only then did Chen Pingan cover his mouth with his hand. He leaned his shoulder against the door frame and swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd, and the 2 flying swords flew back. Chen Pingan took a sip of the wine. It was 8 coins per caddy, and it tasted pretty good. He wondered how Yanji County's specialty wine, which cost 10 taels per caddy, would taste like. From the plain white cotton pouch at her waist, he discovered a small pink porcelain brush washer. Inside was a small white snake that was coiled up. It was less than an inch long and extremely slender. It was currently raising its head and crazily flicking its tongue towards the sky. However, it was filled with a fierce exterior but weak interior. There was also a pitch-black scorpion lying on the ground with a sickly appearance. Upon closer inspection, its body frame was like an ink-colored pipe. Chen Pingan's thoughts stirred slightly. Controlling Chu 1 and Chu 15 to kill a strong enemy was a fool's dream. However, it was not difficult to let them come out and show off their might. Chu Yi turned into a snow-white rainbow and swept out of the blade-strengthening gourd. He flew straight into the small antique brush washer and hovered above the heads of the 2 little things. The little white snake was so frightened that it trembled. Its slender body clung tightly to the inner wall of the brush washer. The little black scorpion even mimicked a human-like posture of hugging its head. Chu Yi slowly circled and flew around inside the brush washer like a military general patrolling the encampment. He was full of vigor. At this very moment, Governor Liu no longer had the prestige of a county governor and scholarly refinement. He just squatted together with Qin Pingan and clicked his tongue in wonder. A true sword immortal, a true sword immortal. Qin Pingan held the brush washer in his hand and stood up. He focused his gaze, and only then did he discover that near the bottom of the brush washer, there was actually a circle of fine characters that were like tadpoles slowly moving about. They were like a group of lively and cute young plum blossoms circling around a childhood sweetheart, cheerfully circling around. There were a total of 16 characters: spring flower, autumn moon, spring breeze, autumn tree, spring mountain, autumn stone, spring water, autumn frost. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly and thought of the pair of sisters he met on the Kuan ship. The elder sister, Spring Water, had a steady temperament, while the younger sister, Autumn Sure, was more childish. Qin Pingan could not help but look up at the sky in the south. He wondered if they had arrived at Old Dragon City. If they could meet again in the future, Qin Pingan really wanted to give this beautiful brush washer to them. It was a pity that the brush washer had spring water on it but not Autumn Sure. There was a difference of one character and they could not perfectly fit together. Otherwise, it would have been better. However, Qin Pingan did not know that it was a pity that there was no way to make it perfect. Some of it was a pity that it was a long-lasting regret. Qin Pingan said, "Sir Liu, the dead are of utmost importance. Can you help to collect this woman's body and find a place to bury her in the future? I will pay for all the expenses." Governor Liu smiled and said, "There is no need for young Master Qin to spend so much effort on such a small matter. Just leave it to the governor's office. It will definitely be done properly." Governor Liu stopped smiling and said tentatively, "It's just that the demons are causing trouble this time. That old man surnamed Huang is harboring evil intentions. Perhaps we still need young Master Chen's flying sword to suppress the demons." Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "I need a big bucket for now and fill it with scalding hot water. As for the herbs, I have them myself. At least soak them for a few hours to nurse my body back to health." Governor Liu nodded and said, Of course, of course. I will ask the servants in the mansion to prepare it. Young Master Chen's health is important. Your health is important. The safety of hundreds of thousands of people in Yanji County is now tied to young Master Chen's shoulders. Indeed, there is no room for any mistakes. I will ask the servants to prepare it now. Governor Liu ran off quickly. In other words, this fourth-rank local high official of Tsai country did not speak in a roundabout manner and was very straightforward. Even though Qin Pingan was not involved in politics, he naturally understood. However, he could not pat his chest and guarantee anything. It was not good for him to shirk off at the last minute. He could only smile bitterly and say nothing. Apart from gifting the flying sword, Qin Pingan only had 4 words for everything else: to the best of my ability. This was the case for the Golden City god, Shen Wen. It was also the case for this governor of a region. In the end, Qin Pingan soaked himself in a big bucket of herbs in an elegant and quiet room. The herbs were a gift from Wei Pai before he left Longquan County. It was enough for 3 uses. Wei Pai was naturally able to take out more. This was actually because the Northern Mountain God had enough silver and the heavenly treasures from the Oxhorn Mountains Bao Shu Zhai were enough. However, Wei Pai did not prepare too much in one go. Back then, he joked that it was a bad omen. If he gave too much, it would be a good thing. He still hoped that Qin Pingan would have a smooth journey in the Jianghu this time. He would not be injured more than 3 times, so he treated it as a good omen. Before Qin Pingan entered this room, he asked Governor Liu to help him keep this a secret and not reveal that he was a sword immortal. Governor Liu understood and agreed very readily. He was just short of swearing an oath. At the same time, he passed the divine travel talisman to Governor Liu, saying that he was returning it to his friend, the Taoist priest Zhang Shan. As Chen Pingan soaked in the water, he clearly sensed that there was a world-shaking disturbance in the Xingwang pavilion of Yanji City. However, since Chen Pingan couldn't care less about it, he decided not to think too much about it. He calmly nurtured his qi and combined it with the 18 stops of sword qi that Alliance had taught him and the breathing exercises that old Yang had taught him. He entered a meditative state in the water bucket and used his hands to form the sword furnace formula from the mountain quaking fist manual. He was like a withered tree in winter, quietly waiting for the spring breeze to blow past. On one hand, the fiendish demons had successfully activated the formation, causing demonic repellent to take over the bodies of the commoners everywhere. On the other hand, it was both a good thing and a disaster. The good thing was that General Ma had sent a secret message from the eastern gate of the city. For some reason, the old demon Huang, who wore the disguise of an immortal, had rebelled against the three of them at the Xingwang Hall. The battle was earth-shattering, and this was the cause of the disaster. The four of them didn't hold back at all. They used their magic treasures one after another and used their evil techniques one after another, damaging hundreds of houses and injuring the commoners. The elite cavalry under General Ma, who had rushed to Yanji City as reinforcements, could not pass through the streets and alleys like a cavalry. They could only dismount from their horses and fight on foot. Everyone was clad in metal armor and wielded powerful bows and crossbows. However, when faced with the four fiendish demon magnates who were cultivating on the mountain, apart from the dozens of specially made arrows stored in the Xingwang Manor, which could pose a substantial threat, the rest of the arrows could not keep up with the four of them as they flew around. Furthermore, before they could even get close, they would be smacked away with a wave of their sleeves. There were even some arrows that the four fiendish demons caught and casually tossed back when they were fighting. Another 80 or so elites were killed or injured. Even if they wanted to trade their lives for injuries, they wouldn't be able to do so. General Ma really did live up to his reputation of not fearing death. He was valiant and skilled in battle on the border, and even when facing these cultivators, he led the charge. He and his deputy had found several opportunities to catch a stray demon and engage them in close combat. Later on, old Immortal Huang and old Demon Mi, who had provoked the two sides into a frenzy, became ruthless. They stopped fighting for a moment, heavily injuring both General Ma and his deputy. If not for a dozen personal guards intercepting them with special Mahist bows and arrows, as well as several reckless guards, the two of them wouldn't have been able to leave the battlefield alive. They would have died in Yanji City that very night. In the latter half of the night, old Immortal Huang, who was fighting against three alone, had a large handful of rice sprinkled over his head by old Demon Mi. His entire body immediately began to emit green smoke, and his flesh was reduced to a bloody mess. Countless bloody holes were burned into his body. He had no choice but to burrow underground. The three demons began to search for him. If they encountered any bailiffs or soldiers who dared to obstruct them, they would mercilessly slaughter them. At dawn, Chen Pingan put on his clothes and left his room. As a result, he discovered Lu Gaoxin sitting at the end of the corridor. She was currently napping on a small stool. The girl was a light sleeper, so she quickly woke up. She was afraid that she would drool in her sleep, so she hurriedly turned her head away to wipe her face. She had actually only returned to her residence a short while ago. She had changed into a clean set of clothes before coming here to act as a door god. Chen Pingan accompanied her to the main hall. They exchanged questions and answers. Chen Pingan had a rough understanding of what was going on in the prefectural city during this period of time. The old Taoist who was on the verge of death was the arrogant and unscrupulous Taoist Chong Miao. The old man seemed to have a final burst of energy. His originally murky eyes gradually brightened. He raised his head and smiled at Governor Liu. Lord Liu, if the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect save Yanji County this time and get rid of the big and small devils, I'll have to trouble Lord Liu to take care of my family of dozens of people in the future. Governor Liu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Taoish Chong Miao. Even if I don't work in Yanji County one day, I'll let the new county governor know about today's battle and how much Taoish Chong Miao has contributed to Yanji County. In short, I won't let Taoish Chong Miao's family suffer." The old Taoist cupped his fists and thanked him with difficulty. He then turned to the young Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, whose eyes were slightly red. He smiled and said, "Zhang Shanfeng, if it weren't for your foolishness, I'm afraid I would have been beaten to death. Perhaps the devil would have escaped. How could I have the magnificent feat of killing the devil with my own hands?" The old Taoist coughed violently. Everyone advised Taoist Chong Miao not to speak anymore. The bearded man, Su Yuanxia, asked softly, "Old Taoist Chong Miao, do you want your family's juniors to come here?" The old Taoist nodded. Governor Liu then instructed the servants to quickly inform the old Taoist Chong Miao's family in the county city. The old Taoist Chong Miao took advantage of his breath to mentally calculate the distance and time it would take for his family's descendants to rush here. After a moment of silent rest, he looked around at everyone and smiled slowly. "I actually know that all of you look down on people like me who take advantage of a burning house. However, business is business. As cultivators, don't be ashamed to talk about business and money. There's no other way. We're lone cultivators in the mountains. We don't have a big tree to shade us, nor do we have the protection of our ancestors. We can only rely on ourselves to earn money and fight for that slim chance. How else can we do it?" At this point, the old Taoist Chong Miao fell into silence again. He looked absent-minded, as if he was recalling the ups and downs of his life. After a long time, the old Taoist Chong Miao collected his thoughts and suddenly sighed. "You have to do business, but you also have to be a cultivator. Isn't that right?" The old Taoist Chong Miao coughed and laughed. "However, it could be that my aptitude is too poor. I knew early on that I had no hope of achieving the great Tao. That's why I had such a childish and ridiculous idea. How could a real cultivator in the mountains be stink of money? How could they care about the life and death of the people at the foot of the mountains?" The old Taoist Chong Miao looked in the direction of the door in a daze, as if he was looking for those familiar figures. The old Taoist Chong Miao muttered, "I've been called Taoist Chong Miao for my entire life, and I've never been able to change my name. What a pity." As soon as he said that, the old Taoist Chong Miao's spirit seemed to collapse. His vision was blurry, and his breathing was extremely weak. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Why aren't they here yet?" In the end, the old Taoist Chong Miao did not wait for his family to arrive. He leaned against the back of the chair and passed away. He did not die in peace, nor did he close his eyes peacefully. He was just like an old man squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. He wanted to see something but could not see clearly. Everyone was silent. Chen Pingan walked over and helped the old Taoist Chong Miao wipe away the blood on his face. Not long after he was done, the younger generation of Taoist Chong Miao's family swarmed over. There were more than 10 of them, men and women, old and young. Governor Liu roughly explained the process. Of course, he also told the old Taoist Chong Miao's children and grandchildren about the promise he made. Taoist Chong Miao's eldest son was a middle-aged man with a potbelly. Naturally, he was deeply grateful to the governor. Most of the women were sobbing. However, a boy of about 10 years old rushed out without warning. He angrily questioned everyone, "Why is my grandfather the only one who died?" The boy, whose face was filled with hatred and anger, widened his eyes like a wolf's. He roared, "Answer me." The bearded man, Su Yuanxia, frowned. The Taoist priest, Zhang Shanfeng, turned to look at the pale-faced old Taoist Chong Miao. He sighed inwardly. Some answers were truly hurtful if spoken aloud. The old Taoist Chong Miao had wanted to take the credit for himself at first. However, he had fallen into the trap of the devil who pretended to be weak. He had underestimated the enemy and attacked prematurely. If not for the righteousness of Jianghu in their hearts, he and Su Yuanxia would have risked their lives to save the old man. Otherwise, the outcome would have been worse. However, it was true that the old Taoist Chong Miao had selfish motives. However, this was human nature. The old Taoist Chong Miao had killed his way from yesterday until now. In the end, he had died in a spectacular battle. This was not something that could be explained by business is business. A place nurtured a person. If the old Taoist Chong Miao did not have the most sincere feelings for Yanji County, he would not have risked his life like this. The affairs of the world were the most difficult to reason with. This was because if one were to break them apart and reason with them, it would be tasteless and tasteless. The flustered and exasperated child pointed at the crowd and shouted, "All of you are murderers." The old Taoist Chong Miao's eldest son, the man, hurriedly asked his wife to pull his crazy son back. Then, he apologized to Governor Liu and the crowd. Governor Liu's expression remained the same. He said that the child's words carried no harm and that he would not take it to heart. He even apologized to the man instead. He said that it was his negligence as the county governor and that he had let down their family. He had caused their family to lose a pillar of support. In the future, he would have to pay them a visit to apologize and so on. However, what was the county governor thinking? Would the relationship between Taoist Chong Miao and the county governor's office be reduced? Only God knew. Therefore, even if the ancestral blessings in the world were given to their descendants, everyone had their own fate. Some could grasp it, while others could not. Some could grasp it more, while others could not. Moreover, the people involved in such matters were often unaware of it and could only act according to their hearts. Within a gloomy alley in Yanji County, a young man was seated against the wall. Although his clothes were simple, his lips were red and his teeth were white. His appearance was as beautiful as a young girl's. He was hugging a dying man who was constantly vomiting blood. Beside the two of them crouched a man who was on the lookout. The three of them were the clerks of the rice shop. They were all old Demon Mi's disciples. The young man was a local of Yanji County. Old Demon Mi had only taken him in as a disciple last year. The senior brother in the young man's arms was the demonic cultivator who had essentially exchanged lives with Taoist Chong Miao. He truly lived up to his name as a demon. He grinned from ear to ear. His final words before he died were, "Little junior brother, between me and your second senior brother, who do you like more?" The young man gently supported the man's chin with one hand and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with deep affection. He choked out, "Of course it's you." The man fished out a yellowed book from his bosom and handed it to the handsome young man with trembling hands. By the time the young man received the secret tome, the man in his arms had already died. The young man gripped the secret tome tightly and raised it up high. He called out to his second senior brother before turning around. Almost all of the man's attention was on the secret tome. The young man suddenly sped up and turned around. With the book in one hand, he swiftly stabbed his second senior brother's neck with the other. As it turned out, it was a hidden blade. Stabbing and pulling out, he repeated this 3 times. The man's neck was almost completely smashed by the young man. The young man's handsome face was splattered with blood, but the corners of his mouth were filled with a smile. The man covered his neck with both hands and leaned against the wall. He stared wide-eyed at his little junior brother who had suddenly gone on a killing spree. The young man put away the secret tome first. He wiped his face with his hand and kept wiping it on the man's clothes. Then he fished out another book from the man's bosom and laughed. Second senior brother, I lied to my eldest senior brother just now. In fact, I like you more. However, of course, I like myself the most. Eldest senior brother often said that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Although our weird and smelly master always ridiculed our eldest senior brother for being uneducated and not knowing the true meaning of this sentence, I think our eldest senior brother understood it very well. Anyway, I think so too. Besides, we are originally from a crooked sect, an evil sect. So, second senior brother, don't blame me. At worst, you can just accompany our eldest senior brother on the road to the underworld. When you reach the underworld, you can tell our eldest senior brother that in fact, I like you more. The man died with his eyes wide open. The young man was still muttering and shaking his head. It wasn't just the north of the Rainbow Robes nation, but also the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He clicked his tongue and said, "Expert, expert. The Rainbow Robes nation has lost a national treasure that has been passed down for a long time. The consonant sect that protects the Rainbow Robes nation has also suffered greatly. Someone stole their sect treasure, the Rainbow Robes' immortal robes. How could the three neighboring nations, including the ancient U nation, just stand by and watch? It's a very simple logic to take someone's life while they're down. Furthermore, due to the Emperor's neglect of governance for many years near the capital of the Rainbow Robes nation, there has been constant criticism from the court. As long as there's another natural disaster, the people will definitely be filled with resentment. Perhaps there will be a great upheaval, and this upheaval will result in a chaotic war between multiple nations." The pink-robed Lu Chi-ching nodded and said, "Since the situation has changed, I have to take in a few disciples." He took a step forward, and his figure floated and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he walked out of the narrow and dark alley. Old Demon Me and his wife, who were about to fight to the death, were so frightened that they stopped moving. That kind of crushing momentum was like a few small shrimps and crabs meeting a flood dragon that almost filled the entire riverbed in a quiet river that was originally flowing slowly. The pink-robed Lu Chi-ching didn't waste any words. With a wave of his sleeve, the husband and wife in the alley were reduced to ashes on the spot. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. As for the spiritual tools, magical tools, and snowflakes, they naturally disappeared from the world as well. Those pink lotus flowers were not inanimate objects. Instead, they swayed and swayed on the Taoist robe, emitting waves of fragrance. The robe itself was like a lotus pond. Old Demon Me, who was used to storms, was still sweating profusely. He asked, "Immortal Master, why don't you kill me as well?" Lu Chi-ching smiled and said, "Just because you wear a robe, you want to eliminate evil and protect the Tao. You won't allow me to wear it only because I think it looks good." Old Demon Me was speechless. Maldif *Ker, he's definitely an overlord of the demonic path, and one who stands at the peak of the legendary mountain. Lu Chi-ching flicked his finger, sending Old Demon Me flying out of the alley. "Don't be an eyesore. Hurry up and scram. Also, I'll be taking you as my disciple." He walked up to the youth with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Little fellow, what's your name?" The handsome youth raised his head for a long time. He swallowed and said timidly, "Immortal Master, my name is Yuan Tiandi." "HM." He was a bit puzzled. "Tiandi as in heaven and earth." The youth shook his head, his face pale. He was afraid that his head would shatter in the next moment, but he didn't dare lie. He replied honestly, "When my mother was pregnant with me, our family was poor. She was 9 months pregnant, and was still doing farm work in the fields. In the end, she accidentally gave birth to me prematurely. My father then named me Tiendi. Lu Chi-ching smiled brilliantly and patted the youth's shoulder. Then your name is quite good. I like it. From now on, you are my disciple. Master will first give you a gift for entering the sect. The young man then saw this strange master of his raise his hand and snap his fingers. Then, the scarlet miasma from all directions surged crazily and gathered into a huge red ball. The young, cheap master in a pink Taoist robe just rubbed his 2 fingers casually, and the huge miasma ball that was as big as a water tank condensed into a small ball that was as big as a fist. Lu Chi-ching gently patted the youth's forehead with his palm and said with a smile, I forgot to tell you. To become my disciple, you have to be alive. If you can survive until daybreak, you will be the second great figure of our great sect. The youth's back slammed against the wall. He was in indescribable pain, and the space between his eyebrows felt as if it had split open. Lu Chi-ching didn't seem to care. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he looked towards the west and muttered to himself, Eldest senior brother, your White Emperor city smells even better. This unexpected disaster happened so quickly that people were caught off guard. However, it also ended so quickly that people found it incredible. The entire governor's mansion and the elites under General Ma's command who entered the city mistakenly thought that the great demons and devils had a more swift and violent backup plan. However, when the sun rose, the city began to return to normal, and the number of people who were possessed by demons decreased sharply. People anxiously waited for the immortal master of the Lingxi sect to arrive on the colorful phoenix to calm them down. However, the immortal master of the Lingxi sect didn't show up. From noon to night, there was no sign of him. Governor Liu was also sick in bed. Fortunately, after midnight, there were no more tragedies caused by demons and devils in Yanji County. There were only a few cases of ruffians who tried to take advantage of the chaos and broke into houses to rob people. However, General Ma, who was full of righteousness, directly ordered people to suppress them. 2 criminals who resisted with weapons were killed on the spot. In fact, the 2 poor guys just subconsciously took 2 wooden sticks. Another night passed. Yanji County was still quiet and peaceful. However, no one dared to let down their guard. A large number of armored soldiers patrolled the city day and night without rest. Then, in the early morning, the colorful phoenix didn't descend to the sky above the county city. Instead, it was 2 sword immortals, one old and one young, who arrived on their swords. One of them was Chen Pingan and the other was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingxi sect. The 2 of them landed in the governor's mansion. Governor Liu's illness was immediately cured. After the Grand Supreme Elder sat down in the official residence, although he had a good temperament and spoke elegantly, he couldn't hide the worry between his brows. He didn't sit for long. After confirming that the miasma in Yanji County had been cleared, he quickly bid farewell to the sword immortal girl surnamed Fu and flew away on the wind, hurrying back to the Lingxi sect. It turned out that when they were on their way to the south to rescue Yanji County, they suddenly received a message from their sect via flying sword. The sect treasure that had been passed down for thousands of years had disappeared without a trace. However, this was a confidential matter that involved the life and death of their sect. The young man took small sips of wine and missed Mr. Qi. A spring breeze lingered around his sleeves. 8 ppap. 234. Recently, many people have caught a cold. Everyone, take care of your health. It's cold in spring and you should wear more clothes. Chen Pingan and the other 2 were forced to stay for 3 days by the prefectural governor's office. After this incident, Lu Gaohua seemed to have been reborn. He was no longer as dejected as he was when they first met. He often went to his father to ask for advice. Governor Liu still didn't like this son of his. However, Lu Gaohua would no longer feel guilty and retreat whenever his father showed impatience. In any case, he had annoyed Governor Lu to no end these past 2 days. Most of the time, Lu Gaohua stuck to the bearded man and Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng. He also kept a close eye on the poor scholar Lu Qiqing as if he was guarding against a thief. He didn't mind this poor scholar from Baishuwei country marrying his elder sister. However, Lu Gaohua wouldn't allow him to take advantage of his sister before marrying her into the family. Since they were friends who had gone through thick and thin together, Lu Gaohua, who was the son of an official, didn't pay much attention to restrictions. He told Chen Pingan and the others about some of the court affairs and official affairs of the Cai country. The calamity in Yanji County had affected thousands of families. Although the great demons and devils had disappeared, been suppressed, killed, or hidden far away, the impact on the common people of Yanji County was far-reaching and lasting. Everyone was in a state of panic. Many wealthy families began to secretly prepare to move out of Yanji County to the provincial capital, or even the capital of the Cai country. Even if they didn't move their entire family, these wealthy and powerful families didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket. This was the common sense of the world. It was said that after the imperial court of the beautiful clothes nation received the news, there were already people from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War. They were not high-ranking officials. They slowly left the capital's yamen and headed south to Yanji County. They said that they were there to investigate the case and to appease the people. However, Governor Lu, who had been in the officialdom for half his life, knew that this was just the emperor putting on an act. The Ministry of Revenue silver allocated for disaster relief was not even one tael of silver. In the mess that was Yanji County, there was not enough silver in the official residence. Furthermore, he was not an unscrupulous official. Thus, he still had to rely on him, the governor, his old face to beg people. He had to rely on his good name to be recorded in the local county annals, writing articles, and erecting a monument for future generations to admire. He had to rely on these things to ask for silver from the county officials in the city. Furthermore, he had to settle the matter of the silver before the imperial envoys from the 2 yamens in the capital entered the county. He could not add to the emperor's heart or add to the already difficult days of the Ministry of Revenue yamen. Only then could he keep his position as governor. There were ups and downs in life. In the officialdom, in the business world, and on the path of cultivation, someone's downfall could be someone else's upturn. For example, this time, Chen Pingan and the other 2 had taken action. Regardless of whether it was out of righteous indignation or compassion, perhaps it was because good people were rewarded for once. In the end, the big bearded swordsman and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng had each reaped a bountiful harvest. Su Yuanxia had obtained a new divine weapon. It was a dagger left behind by old Devil Mi's eldest disciple. Its original owner was a genuine member of the Devil Path. Unexpectedly, when this dagger was unsheathed, its blade qi was as bright as snow. It was bright and glorious, without the slightest trace of an evil aura. Then there was General Ma's deputy, the armored martial artist. After fighting side by side for 2 battles, they hit it off at first sight. He reported that he had lost a top-notch bow in the army. He secretly gifted it to Su Yuanxia along with 5 specially made Mahist arrows from the treasury of his official residence. At first, Su Yuanxia was unwilling to accept it. Military law was like a mountain. It was hard to say elsewhere in the colorful robes nation, but looking at how General Ma led and governed the army, he was most likely not careless. After the burly deputy learned of her misgivings, he laughed heartily. His temperament really matched that of the big bearded swordsman's. He might as well divulge the heavenly secret. He said that it was General Ma who had originally agreed to it. At first, he only dared to ask for 1 arrow. It was General Ma who first communicated with Governor Lu and gave him a heads up. Afterwards, he waved his hand and directly increased the number of arrows in the official document to be submitted to the Imperial Court's Ministry of War from 16 to 21. Zhang Shanfeng seized 2 spiritual weapons that were of poor quality. One of them was severely damaged. It was a white jade wine cup that was as thin as a porcelain piece. It could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. In the end, it could condense into a dewdrop full of spiritual energy every half a day. When Zhang Shanfeng put it into his pouch, the wine cup had a chip on it. Presumably, it would affect the speed of condensing spiritual energy to a certain extent. The other item was a pair of legendary bamboo chopsticks from the Green Immortal Mountain. One of the chopsticks had Green Immortal Mountain inscribed on it, while the other had Divine Cloud Bamboo inscribed on it. At the very least, one could tell at a glance that they were old objects. As for whether or not they really came from the Green Immortal Mountain, it was temporarily unknown. However, the bamboo chopsticks did indeed contain abundant spiritual energy. No matter what, they were spiritual weapons that all Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms yearned for even in their dreams. Chen Pingan did not take out the green wooden box and the gold and silver shards of the golden body. This was a matter of great importance. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. These things were not like the mountain tortoises or snake-hunting eagles that he caught in his hometown back in the day. They were not things that he could enjoy with friends like Lu Xianyang. Chen Pingan only took out that piece of charcoal-like ebony and the white bowl that was painted with the true shape of the 5 sacred mountains. Su Yuanxia did not see through the secret of the white bowl. However, she was amazed by the heavy piece of wood. She said that this was a piece of wood that was struck by lightning. It could not be formed by ordinary lightning strikes. The woman stepped on the back of her brother's foot and said angrily, "Don't talk about your brother-in-law like that." Lu Gaohua was in so much pain that he quickly retracted his foot and stood a little further away. He held the back of his head with both hands and leisurely. As a result, his head was heavily slapped. Lu Gaohua turned his head and was about to curse, but his whole body seemed to be grabbed by the neck. He could not open his mouth no matter what. His face was red for a long time and he shouted angrily, "Father." The woman was even more nervous. Governor Lu, who had taken off his official uniform and changed into a scholar's green robe, stood between the 2 children and asked, "Are you friends with Chen Pingan?" Lu Gaohua could not understand his father's scholarly temperament and the profound meaning of his words. He said carefully, "Kind of." Governor Lu glanced at his son and laughed. He did not say another word and turned to the fisherman. He talked with the old man about morality. The woman secretly patted her chest and felt relieved. Lu Gaohua asked softly, "Sister, did I say something wrong again?" She gloated and said, "Debt is no burden." "That's it. What are you afraid of?" Lu Gaohua wailed. The brother and sister did not dare to get close to their father for fear of being glared at. They were even more afraid of walking into a trap. They just followed at a distance. The boy, Zhao Xuxia, suddenly slowed down his footsteps and came to Lu Gaohua's side. He whispered, "Brother Lu, my master is praising you. He said that you are filial and kind. Your father is too kind. You barely live up to the family name." As a result, Lu Gaohua, a big man, had just said that Lu Qiqing was useless behind his back. Now he ran to the river and said that he wanted to wash his face. It was rare for them to be free. They walked slowly along the official road back to Yanji County. They passed by a handsome young man one after another. The young man was swinging a bunch of willow branches. There was a red mark between his eyebrows. He was really beautiful. 3 days later, Chen Pingan and the other 3 were on a secluded mountain road to Shu Shui country. They stopped at a dilapidated ancient temple. Governor Liu had said something before. He heard that there was a strange, fairy port in Shui country's Earth Dragon Mountain that was not recorded by the government. It was very likely that it was the place that Chen Pingan was looking for. It was the starting point for the immortals on the mountain to travel in the Sea of Clouds. Su Yuanxia would say goodbye to the two there and go to Qingwan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent alone. She would send her friend's ashes back to her hometown. Su Yuanxia liked to travel the mountains and rivers on foot. She also liked to write about the mountains and rivers. She recorded the strange landscapes and landforms, so she was not willing to take the immortal ferry. Lu Qiqing was going to the southwest of Aquarius continent. It was a place that no one had ever heard of. Even Su Yuanxia, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had never heard of it. At night, the ancient temple that had been abandoned for a long time was a little creepy. The statues of the four heavenly kings of Buddhism had fallen to the ground. The temple occupied a large area and was empty. The chilly wind blew through the hall and corridor. In addition, there were occasional noises in the mountain forest. Lu Qiqing was so scared that his lips trembled. Even though he had lit a bonfire, he still tried his best to stay close to the bearded man. He always felt that this man looked the most fierce and could definitely suppress the ghosts and otherworldly items. Teenagers like Chen Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng were most likely unreliable. As for the rouge old ghost that temporarily lived in his body, Lu Qiqing never thought that he was very powerful. Lu Qiqing touched his forehead and felt that it was very shameful to follow such a country bumpkin in Jianghu. After the food was heated, Lu Qiqing picked 3 or 4 to eat. After dinner, he began to tidy up the bedding and prepared to have a big dream. The bearded man drank enough wine. He fell back and began to sleep. His snoring was as loud as thunder. Today, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng was in charge of the first half of the night while Chen Pingan was in charge of the second half. Chen Pingan first helped to gather the broken statues of the bodhisattvas and heavenly kings and piled them up in a corner that could block the wind and rain. After doing that, he began to practice walking on the uneven ground. Now, according to Lu Qiqing, Chen Pingan's punches were so slow that he could get a good night's sleep. Chen Pingan suddenly sped up toward the end of his practice. In the end, he was as fast as lightning. A moment later, Chen Pingan began to slow down. Zhang Shanfeng walked over and looked for a while. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you a little annoyed?" Chen Pingan stood still and put away his boxing stance. He said helplessly, "I've touched the threshold but I can't cross it. I can't go up or down. I just feel a little unhappy." Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "Kid, you're going to break through. A martial arts master under the age of 20. Even in the pugilistic world of the North Continent, you're very powerful." Chen Pingan sighed. "Before I left, someone told me that before I reached Old Dragon City, it would be best if I could enter the Qi refinement realm." Suddenly, the devil listening bell that Zhang Shanfeng had placed on top of his bag vibrated violently and the bell rang loudly. Zhang Shanfeng's heart tightened. Demonic Qi is approaching the temple. Chen Pingan nodded. "Put away the devil listening bell first so that we don't alert the enemy." The bearded man quickly sat up and laughed. "Our business is really booming. When fortune comes, we can't stop it." After laughing, Su Yuanxia touched his beard. He placed his hands on the handles of the long and short sabers at his waist and said in a low voice, "But remember, when killing demons, staying alive is the most important thing." Chen Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The young Taoist said, "I still have a divine travel talisman." Chen Pingan held it in for a while and said, "I run fast." He would completely cut off the connection between the north and south of the Aquarius continent and prevent any accidents from happening to the general trend of Dolly swallowing the entire north of the Aquarius continent. Xiashi patted the young man's shoulder. "Come with me to a place." The young man with long eyebrows followed his elder master to the Yang family's shop. When he walked out, he had the so-called near object and a promise from the old Yang. What he paid was also a promise from the heavenly Lord Xiashi. Back at home, Xiashi told the young man about the general situation of the Kuan boat's accident. The young man looked at the elder master's solemn expression and asked curiously, "Elder master, since our Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, and you are the Taoist master of a big continent like the North Continent, what do we have to worry about?" Xiashi shook his head and laughed. "You think too simply of the world. In the future, there will be countless people who will clamor, 'Is the North Continent bullying our Aquarius continent?' Among these people, most of them will only wave their flags and shout and watch the fire burn across the river. A small number of them will be ready to make a move. Among the small number of people, there will be a group of people who will rush over from all directions due to various reasons and original intentions. There will be real experts hidden in this group of people, such as some people similar to the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Wind Snow Temple. And in the end, there will be more and more of these people. But for the time being, you just have to wait and see. In short, no matter how this matter develops in the future, before you become a Qi refinement warrior of the upper 5 realms, don't interfere. Focus on cultivating the way of the sword with Yuan Tian." The young man with long eyebrows had a lot on his mind. Xiashi laughed involuntarily. "Even if the worst outcome happens, it will not happen in a year or so. What are you worried about?" The young man was unhappy. He turned and walked towards the door. "Elder master, I am going to practice my swordsmanship." Xiashi sat alone at the stone table and closed his eyes to rest. He silently calculated and deduced the general trend of the Aquarius continent. Not long after Xiashi and the young man walked out of the Yang family shop, Xiaoxi found the medicine shop. The shop assistant in the shop did not take it seriously. Now that the town was bustling, there were many rich people. They did not lack this fatty. Xiaoxi smiled and asked if Elder Yang lived in the backyard. A young shop assistant was weighing the herbs at the medicine cabinet. He glanced at the fat rich man and raised his chin towards the back door of the hall where the bamboo curtain was hung. He was too lazy to say anything. Xiaoxi thanked him and walked over slowly. She lifted the curtain and saw a square courtyard with 4 corridors under the eaves. Compared to the ancestral house of the Chao family, it was slightly more imposing. In the corridor opposite the main house in the backyard, there was a long bench, as if it was specially prepared for visitors like Xiaoxi. Outside the main house opposite, old Yang was sitting on a bench and smoking a pipe. The bamboo pipe had been rubbed until it was yellow and old. Through the smoke, the old man looked at the sword immortal who came from the South Whirlpool continent. Of course, they knew each other. When Xiaoxi left the town, he was not young. It was just that Xiaoxi's memory of the old Yang who hid behind the medicine shop and looked at the sky from the bottom of the well year after year was very faint. However, Xiaoxi believed that old Yang was not unfamiliar with him. Perhaps the old man had arranged for him to successfully leave the Pearl Grotto heaven. Of course, Xiaoxi did not come here to repay a favor. He was never a person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. Even if old Yang came to find him, Xiaoxi might not be willing to pay attention to him. In the Pearl Grotto heaven or Longquan County, everyone had to give some face to the old Yang. However, after Xiaoxi finished this business, he would return to the Whirlpool continent and shamelessly ask for a reward from the old ancestor of the Qin family in Yingyin. No matter how mysterious old Yang's identity was and how powerful he was in the future, it was none of Xiaoxi's business. As for the Chao family that stayed in the Dali dynasty, whether it was a blessing or a curse in the future depended on their luck. At most, before Chao Shi left, he would help them a little symbolically. As for the Song clan, it did not matter whether the emperor appreciated it or not. Chao Shi had countless children and grandchildren. What's more, cultivation was never for the sake of having a house full of children and grandchildren. It was just an extra bonus. Chao Shi's first question was, Senior Yang, in the thousands of years, in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, which occupied the smallest area in the world Grotto Heaven, who had the highest achievement under your eyes? Old Yang asked back, who do you think you are? Chao Shi raised his wrist, revealing a white and fat wrist with a green rope tied to it. He laughed and said, there is really a green onion here. Old Yang said angrily, just say it. Chao Shi put down his arm and immediately changed his face. He rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, Senior Yang, I heard that you are very resourceful. I wonder if you know where my mother's soul is. Did it dissipate in the world beside the grave or reincarnate? Or, were they secretly gathered by you, old senior? So that you can sell it for a good price. Old Yang ignored the hidden killing intent in the words of the land sword immortal and said directly, Chao Shi, you want to buy it. As long as you can afford it, not to mention your mother, even your father's soul is not a problem. Chao Shi laughed out loud and pointed a finger at the old man who was smoking. He said, Senior Yang, you are really a straightforward person. Good, good, good. I didn't come here in vain. Hee, I just don't know how much your life is worth. Old Yang said calmly, if you want to do business, you are welcome. If you don't want to pay, get out of here as soon as possible. After hearing this, Chao Shi narrowed her eyes and rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Both of her hands were doing the same. Her posture was extremely comical. Murderous intent was revealed. Old Yang was completely indifferent. Chao Shi suddenly laughed, I can do business. I, Chao Shi, like to do business with people the most in my life. I just hope that your price is not too high. I won't buy it. Senior Yang, you may not know what kind of person I am. In order to cultivate, I can even sell my son and grandson for money. However, now that I am rich and prosperous, I can return home in glory. Seeing things reminds me of my family, so I have some nostalgia. Old Yang said slowly, there is a girl named Li Lu. She followed her parents to the Ju Lu continent in the north. Your parents' souls are now in her body. If you are willing to do business fairly, I will do business with you. I guarantee that there will be no mistakes. When the time comes, I will give you everything. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, you can take it by force. You can turn around and leave now. Whatever happens in the future, you will have to bear the consequences. Chao Shi said with a bitter face, full beard and full tail. Senior Yang, your words are too unpleasant to hear. All right, you can name your price. Old Yang used his pipe to point at Chao Shi's wrist. Chao Shi was enraged, what the hell? You want me to give this intrinsic flying sword to Li Lu? Old man Yang, have you lost your mind? Old Yang glanced sideways and continued, keep the flying sword you obtained before you refine the river. You can give it to Li Lu as a gift. Remember to impart your sword art to her as well. Chao Shi's expression was unsettled. Old Yang sneered, don't feel like you are at a disadvantage. You have never received a good disciple in your entire life. I'm basically helping you find one for free. Perhaps in the future, when people mention you, Chao Shi, they will say something like, Chao Shi is Li Lu's master. Chao Shi's interest was piqued. He rubbed his hands and said with a TSK, that girl is that powerful. Old Yang smirked, it's best you find her yourself. When you hand over that flying sword, I believe you will be very willing. I'll do this business. If I want to gamble, I'll gamble big. Only then will it match my status as sword immortal Chao. Chao Shi slapped his thigh and lowered his voice. Apart from that, what other business can we do between us? Old Yang's tone was indifferent. Your father's soul. Chao Shi was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, no way. I don't want it even if you give it to me. Old man Yang began to smoke. Forget it if you don't want it. Then let's change it. Go find Marshall Mountain's Ma Kushuan and be his path protector. For the next 20 years, you don't have to keep an eye on him all the time. You, Chao Shi, only need 10 years. Chao Shi put on a fake smile and said, a sword immortal with a chance to reach the 12th realm as a path protector for a child. I, Chao Shi, don't care much about my reputation. I am indeed known for being shameless in the Hausa continent, but I still want to save some face. Old Yang said in a deep voice, let Chao Jun join the army of Dali and temper his broken sword heart on the battlefield. I can secretly protect him for 20 years until his sword heart is repaired. Chao Shi's expression turned solemn. Old Yang sneered and said, don't pretend to be innocent. Chao Shi, what's more valuable, your reputation, or an additional terrestrial sword immortal in the family? Chao Shi looked troubled. Chao Jun is obviously an ingrate. If he becomes a terrestrial sword immortal, won't he rebel? The young man was originally studying at the school newly opened by the Chin family in Longway Creek. But for some reason, even if he did not need to spend money, the young man still dropped out. He sold one of the 2 old houses in the small town and bought a new big house in the new county city. It was only a dozen miles away from Mount Fongliang. The wonton stall was open from early morning to dusk. As long as there were customers, no matter how late it was, the young man would wait for the customers to finish eating before he cleaned up and pushed the cart back. There was no night curfew in the county city now. Everywhere was a bustling scene with dust flying. If one was at the mountain god temple at the peak of Mount Fongliang and looked at the county city at night, it would be like a big lantern on the ground. When night fell, the tall young man, Dong Shuijing, had already started to clean up the wonton stall and was ready to go home. Unexpectedly, a strange man walked over from afar. He did not carry a sword on his back, but held it horizontally behind his back. He walked to the stall and asked with a smile, shopkeeper, are you still selling wontons? Dong Shuijing grinned and said, of course. Why not? It's just that I have to boil water. Customers will have to wait for a while. The man smiled and sat by the table. He wiped it clean without any grease or stains. On the table was a self-made bamboo tube filled with slender bamboo chopsticks. It turned out that he was a skillful shopkeeper. The man waited for a big bowl of piping hot wontons. The green onions floating on the red soup looked very tempting. Dong Shuijing asked if he could eat spicy food. The man said the spicier, the better. The young man handed over a plate full of chili sauce. The man took out a pair of chopsticks and was not in a hurry to eat. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to smell the fragrance. He clicked his tongue and said, this smell is right. The man asked casually, do you know the school of Mo? Dong Shuijing, who was sitting not far away, nodded and said, of course. Mr. used to say that the school of Mo used to be one of the 4 prominent schools. The knowledge they promoted was very impressive, but it was not easy to know and was even more difficult to practice. It was a test of the disciples' temperament. Speaking of this, Dong Shuijing scratched his head and smiled foolishly. My mister said that. The man chewed on a wonton and nodded vigorously. Well said. He asked again, then have you heard of the school of Mo's Rangers who were on credit? That's on credit, and that's on the sword. Dong Shuijing looked confused and shook his head gently. Mr. Qi really did not mention this. The man put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. He exhaled heavily and was very satisfied. Then he smiled and said, "Then do you want to be a person on credit?" Dong Shuijing's eyes focused and quickly returned to normal. He smiled and shook his head. "Selling wontons is pretty good. I can make money and it's stable." Back then, he, Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Li Huai, and Shi Chuanjia, the 5 disciples of the school, together deceived the coachman who was actually a Dali loyalist. Although Li Baoping and Lin Shui were the ones who came up with the plan and patched up the loopholes, in fact, if any one of them gave the slightest clue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, the 5 children who officially became Qi Jingchuan's direct disciples in the end were not easy to deal with. Take Dong Shuijing for example. At such an old age, he knew how to find Miss Wanxiu and ask her to help him sell the old house in the town at a sky-high price. Then he quickly went to the county capital to buy a big house, not just one, but an entire street. Money that fell from the sky had its own way of spending it. Money could make money. The small amount of money to support the family should also have its own way of earning money. Not spending money was equivalent to earning money. There was no conflict between the two. "Don't be in a hurry to answer me." The man waved his hand and smiled. "As for why I chose you, Dong Shuijing, I have observed you for a long time. You are not the best in all aspects, but there are no problems. That is enough." Dong Shuijing said helplessly, "You are." The man did not hide and went straight to the point. "My name is Su Ruo, a disciple of the school of Mo from the central divine continent. Of course, I am not a person who owes money. But I have a very good friend. Before he died, he asked me to help him choose a suitable disciple to inherit his legacy. He is the ancestor of the previous generation of the school of Mo who owes money. He is a very powerful guy. He used to drink with Alliance many times and he paid for the drinks. When Alliance was traveling in the central divine continent, he signed a lot of debts and he helped to pay them off." "Who is Alliance?" "The son of your master's rival." "What?" Dong Shuijing was confused. What was this? The man stood up. "I will come again next time. Think about it carefully." Dong Shuijing suddenly shouted, "Wait." The man smiled and said, "I will owe you the money for this bowl of wonton first. Maybe you will agree to be a person who owes money in the future." Dong Shuijing insisted, "How can I do that?" "As long as it is a business deal, you should settle the accounts with your own brother." The man nodded and took out a few copper coins. You really are a person who owes money." As the sun set, Su Ruo walked away. Dong Shuijing sat at the same place and watched the Nominator Ranger leave. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The reason why Dong Shuijing had the courage to ask for those copper coins was not because he was a simple-minded person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was because he wanted to test people's hearts. Dong Shuijing sat quietly at the table, motionless and in a daze. He did not feel the ecstasy of a pie falling from the sky. Instead, he felt a little lost. The teenager actually did not like this feeling. He did not have much ambition. He just wanted to earn money in the future and not have to worry about food and clothing. In the house where he lived, there was a well that could draw water. There was a willow tree beside it. Every spring, the willow tree would spit out tender shoots. When the wind blew, the willow branches would sway. It was very cute. (236) It was a dark and windy night in the wilderness. It was a good time to kill people and rob them. It was also a good time to kill demons. It all depended on whether the Taoist was 1 foot taller or the demon was 10 feet taller. Outside the dilapidated ancient temple of Shu Shui country, there was the sound of laughter. Finally, there was a knock on the door. The bearded man looked at Chen Pingan and glanced at Zhang Shanfeng. He teased, "Which one of you is going to welcome the guest? If I go to open the door, I am afraid that I will scare the female demon. What if she turns around and runs away without saying a word?" The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng patted his chest and said, "I am more handsome than Chen Pingan." Lu Qiqing was awakened by the demon listening bell. He was in a daze. When he heard the word female demon, he immediately thought of the fox fairy in the fairy tales. He became bold and quickly got up from the floor and shouted, "I will go, I will go. The strange spirits in the books like weak scholars the most. The 3 of you are carrying knives and swords, so I am the most suitable. But I have to say in advance that if I meet a good demon, we can talk it out. If she is willing to spend a night with me, don't stop her. But if I meet a bad demon who eats people's hearts and livers, you have to save me." Lu Qiqing ran to open the door. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, making the poor scholar unable to open his eyes. Then, he felt a fragrant wind. 2 charming voices sounded beside him, and a silk sleeve swept across his face. It was smooth and delicate, which made Lu Qiqing a little intoxicated. He quickly closed the door. When the mountain wind stopped, he turned around and looked carefully. He saw 3 beautiful women. 2 of them smiled and ran to the fire where the bearded man and his 2 companions were sitting. Their figures were plump, and their backs swayed Lu Qiqing's mind. There was a younger girl in a light pink dress and embroidered shoes. She stood timidly not far from Lu Qiqing. Her fingers were twirling her dress. Compared with her 2 bold and beautiful sisters, Lu Qiqing thought that she was a pretty girl from a humble family. The bearded man was sitting cross-legged and drinking. The 2 well-dressed women exposed a large area of white charming scenery on their chests. The thin-skinned young Taoist blushed a little. Chen Pingan was fiddling with the bonfire. He added dead branches to the fire. The dead branches burned and cracked, making crisp crackling sounds. The 2 cleavage beauties quickly chose a pleasing target. One of them sat next to the young Taoist priest, and the other landed next to Chen Pingan. The bearded man had already stretched out his arms, but his movements froze. He was stunned for a moment, and could only focus on drinking to hide his embarrassment. The enchanting woman sitting beside Zhang Shanfeng held her collar with one hand. It seemed that she was being reserved and wanted to cover her body. In fact, she pressed down slightly. The sun rose in the east, and the rain in the west. Her clothes were tight and bulging, as if they were about to come out. She rubbed the young Taoist with her shoulder and asked in a sweet voice, "Hey, little Taoist, you are carrying a wooden sword. Is it the legendary peachwood sword? Why don't you take it out and let me see if it is long or short?" The Taoist Zhang Shanfeng's ears turned red. He did not dare to answer. The woman nestled next to Chen Pingan had an oval-shaped face. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with love. She stretched out her slender hands and said in a soft voice, "Young master, my sisters and I were rushing through the night. The mountain wind at night was so strong that it made my hands cold. If you don't believe me, young master, why don't you touch them?" Chen Pingan pointed at the bonfire and said with a smile, "Young lady, warm your hands by the fire. They will be warm soon." After all, the body and spirit of a martial artist are better than the foundation of an ordinary person. Outside the door of the ancient temple, a very clear and old voice sounded from far away. "It's suitable for the sword." The girl's expression changed dramatically. On the other side of the gate, sword light flashed everywhere. The heads of the evil creatures that ran rampant rolled down. Under the sword light, they were as weak as living people. After their heads were chopped off, there was no chance for them to survive. Soon, a black-clothed old man with a wooden expression strode through the door. A scabbard hung from his waist, and beside him was an unsheathed long sword. The bronze sword was covered in cracks, and there was not the slightest bit of sword chi flowing from it. However, when the rusty long sword quietly hovered beside the old man, it still had a kind of indescribable deterrence. Pure sword aura, abundant sword intent, and sharp swordsmanship. In Jianghu, there was always a better mountain. The girl obviously knew the identity of this person. Her fingernails were like 10 silver hooks. She bent her back and stared at the old man in black. She said fiercely, "Song Yufan, you are a Jianghu person. Do you want to be enemies with us, the four evils of Shu Shui? Do you believe that we won't work together to flatten your sword-water villa?" The old man's eyes were calm. He looked at the notorious devil path giant of Shu Shui country and said slowly, "Don't you look like a fool?" (237) The devil who looked like a young girl had an uncertain expression. "Song Yufan, are you determined to arm wrestle with me today?" The old man in black took out an old almanac from his bosom. He opened a page and placed his finger on it. He silently recited, "Abstain from meat and seek wealth." The old man put away the old almanac, grabbed the ancient bronze sword, and put it back into its sheath. He reached out to the girl and said, "I'll let you spend money to avoid disaster." The girl knew the old freak's Jianghu rules very well. Without saying anything, she took out a topaz coin from her sleeve. The front of the coin was engraved with "Out of Plum Blossom Ambush" and the back of the coin was "Thundering Heaven Peak." This kind of jade coin was the same as the snow coin. They were both used by the immortals on the mountain to do business. The jade coin in the girl's hand was nicknamed Little Summer Coin. Compared to it, the value of the snow coin was like the difference between copper and silver. She gently tossed the small coin to the black-clothed old man. Not only did she not say any harsh words, she instead smiled like a flower and said, "No discord, no concord. I hope that when this immortal visits Swordwater Manor in the future, old Manor Lord won't refuse me 1,000 miles away." The old man in black was expressionless. He put away the coin and let the girl turn into a cloud of dark smoke and slowly float away from the temple. The sword master named Song Yufan flicked his finger. Wisps of cool wind like arrows hit several acupoints on the chest of the bearded man and the young Taoist priest. Originally, the two of them were plotted against by the female devil. They couldn't move or speak. As time passed, they could break through the restriction by themselves. However, if the old man didn't appear, they could only rely on Chen Pingan for a short period of time. This was the first time Zhang Shanfeng tasted the acupoint sealing technique of a Jianghu master. After regaining his freedom, he immediately gasped for breath. He still felt a little uncomfortable. Su Yuanxia was originally a pure martial artist. This time, she failed miserably. She couldn't help but blush. She clasped her hands and said to the old man, "Thank you for your help, Sword Saint Song." The old man in black was eccentric. He turned a deaf ear to her and walked straight to the fire. He sat cross-legged with his sword on his knees and closed his eyes to rest. Su Yuanxia lowered her voice and gave Zhang Shanfeng and Chen Pingan a brief introduction of Jianghu matters. In the central region of the Aquarius continent, especially in the 10 countries near the Beautiful Robes Nation, there were 4 Sword Dao Great Masters. Their names shook the region. The Beautiful Robes Nation had a sword god, who had long retired from the Jianghu and lived in seclusion in the mountains for over 30 years. He was hailed as a sword god. His sword was candle sunlight. However, there was a shocking piece of news recently. The old god of swords had actually died from the revenge of his enemies. This caused a huge commotion in the surrounding Jianghu, and the people's hearts were shaken. Then there was the black-clothed old man in front of him. As the old manor lord of the Swordwater Manor of the Combe Nation, he had a strange temperament. He was one generation younger than the sword god of the Colorful Robes Nation. He had the reputation of sword sage. He carried the iron water sword and founded the Swordwater Manor, which was the #1 Jianghu sect in the Combe Nation. The current manor lord was the eldest grandson of Song Yufan. His skills were also superb. A renowned sword venerable emerged from the ancient Yu nation. He had great killing power, but his martial virtues were extremely poor. He was an itinerant Jianghu immortal who did not have a fixed residence. He did not establish a sect and was a lone wolf. The girl was first condensed by the sword qi and then scattered by the sword qi. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground. The burning pain had already hurt the mountain demon's divine soul. Chen Pingan was in so much pain that he wanted to die when he was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, not to mention a little demon who practiced undisciplined cultivation and stood aloof from worldly affairs for hundreds of years. After this disaster, the girl soon could not stabilize her human form. Half of her face showed the face of a fox. Clumps of snow-white fur grew on the back of her hands and neck, giving off a faint fox smell. The weak snow-white fox fairy struggled on the ground and wailed, "I didn't hurt anyone, I didn't hurt anyone. I only teased and scared some scholars who stayed in the ancient temple. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The old man in black seemed to have a knot in his heart. He held the long sword in his hand, and the sword qi was brilliant and the rainbow light bloomed. He said sternly, "A demon is a demon, and a devil is a devil. So what if you don't hurt people today? When your cultivation is high, you will naturally slaughter the innocent for fun." The girl who had half of her body turned into a white fox crawled on the ground and said weakly, "I also saved 2 scholars from the mammy. For this reason, I gave them a lot of treasures that I had kept for a long time. Only then did they let the scholars go. I won't hurt people, I won't in my life." The old man in black sneered, "Little fox fairy, your death is not regrettable. I dare to say that I can kill 100 demons with my sword. At most, I will wrongly accuse one." The young fox fairy was already powerless to defend herself. Her body was twitching, her clothes were torn, and her whole body was bathed in blood. Her pair of black and unusually bright watery eyes had already dimmed. However, at the moment of her death, the young girl did not resent the old man's vicious attack. She just stared at the gate of the ancient temple in a daze, as if she was waiting for a poor scholar to visit her. Then, she could scare them again. If she succeeded this time, she would be happy for several months. Lu Qiqing slowly raised his head. Golden light flowed in his deep eyes. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He sighed helplessly as if he had seen everything in the world. He felt that life would still be so boring even after 1,000 years. Just when Lu Qiqing was about to stand up, Chen Pingan stood up and gently shook the sword box on his back. He suddenly asked, "Senior Song, what if this fox fairy is the wrongly accused demon? What should we do?" The corners of the old man's mouth twitched as he smiled. "That's good. I can now confirm that the first 99 and the next 99 are all demons that harm the common people. Therefore, it will only be easier for me to attack." Chen Pingan pointed to the girl who had completely turned into a fox. "What about her?" The old man patted his chest and said straightforwardly, "If the almanac turns out to be suitable for burial, I will bury her. If not, I will expose her body to the sun and strive for a good reincarnation in the next life. Don't be a demon of the mountains and lakes. Of course, don't let me meet her again." Chen Pingan was a little stubborn. "Senior, you kill demons when you meet demons and subdue demons when you meet demons. Of course, you do the right thing. But you can do more right. The old man carefully stared at the young man with the sword box and suddenly laughed. Silly boy, don't you look like a fool? You are just staying in the ancient temple. The last attack was, of course, the one that went straight to Chen Pingan's head. Chen Pingan still did not open his eyes. He slowly drew out the scholarwood sword and imitated the old man. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, like a sword in a scabbard, ready to be drawn. For some reason, Chen Pingan thought about it and felt that even if he copied it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, he would not be able to imitate it. Not to mention the spirit, it would be difficult to even imitate the form. This was very different from when he saw Miss Ning's 6-step boxing stance. It turned out that drawing a sword was not the same as practicing boxing. Chen Pingan sighed and could only put away the scholarwood sword that had followed him twice in Jianghu. Someone laughed and said, "Chen Pingan, your wooden sword is too light. That's why it doesn't taste right. Lifting something heavy as if it were light is a high level of swordsmanship. You're just a beginner, not some heaven-defying genius. Of course you'll feel that something is wrong. Let's not talk about reaching the top. Let's just talk about the beginning. When it comes to boxing practice, you can have a slightly famous master to guide you. But when it comes to sword practice, you still need a master to guide you. You should ask Song Yufeng sincerely about sword practice. His martial arts realm is not high, but he has already found his own way of sword practice. It is not easy." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. This insightful view was not from the bearded man, nor from Zhang Shanfeng who could fly with the peachwood sword. Instead, it was from the scholar Lu Qiqing, who was the least associated with Jianghu. When he said this, Lu Qiqing stood next to the raging fire with many dry branches. His slender figure swayed slowly with the light of the fire. Zhang Shanfeng was asking Su Yuanxia about the Jianghu acupoint ceiling. He was very focused on the questions and answers, so he did not pay much attention to Lu Qiqing's words. Or it could be said that the two of them did not hear Lu Qiqing's words at all. Because from beginning to end, Lu Qiqing did not speak, but Chen Pingan clearly heard Lu Qiqing's voice. Chen Pingan asked a strange question, "It's you?" "In Yinji County, I heard Governor Liu say in private that you are actually an immortal in the elixir realm because you showed your magical power outside the city." Lu Qiqing waved his hand and slowly walked around the fire. He came to Chen Pingan's side and said with a smile, "Well, let's stop scheming against each other. You already know that I am a powerful demon, and I also know that the sword you carry on your back has a great origin. Otherwise, it would not have been unable to suppress itself. After sensing my spirit, it spontaneously trembled. Although you quickly suppressed its movement, I am not blind and deaf. So now you and I both know clearly. Chen Pingan, can you tell me who made this sword? You want to send it to the inverted hanging mountain." I was a monster who cultivated the magic arts of the human tribe. The purpose set by our master was to educate everyone without discrimination. This point was very similar to that of Jin Wudi, the second disciple of the Tao ancestor. In addition to White Emperor City, there are several great Tao orthodoxies in the world. Each of them is astonishingly powerful and intertwined. Even the righteous immortals with the word sect in their names have to avoid them. Therefore, as long as your fist is hard enough and your realm is high enough, the devil path and the righteous Tao are nonsense. It doesn't matter at all. Chen Pingan grinned. I have to ask if I want to recognize you as my master. Sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, but at this moment, the young man with the box looked calm and without any fear. Oh. Lu Qiqing's eyes brightened. I knew that you brat must have a good master. It doesn't matter. Let's hear it and judge the situation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I won't force you, nor will I scare you. As long as your master is higher than mine, I won't insist on this master-disciple relationship. The old scholar Wen Xing had already left the Aquarius continent. Where could Qin Pingan find him? Mr. Qi had also passed away, and there was nothing he could do. But Qin Pingan was not willing to follow this person and cultivate the great Tao of the heavens. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. Then he would take a gamble. Whether he succeeded or not, it all depended on this. If it really didn't work, he would risk his life. If it still didn't work, then as Alliance said, the most important thing was to stay alive. He would recognize Lu Qiqing as his master. No matter what, he must first send the sword to the inverted mountain and personally hand it to Miss Ning. No one knew why Qin Pingan would always practice the sword stance sword furnace at the peak of a mountain or the bank of a river when Qin Pingan first escorted Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom, and then followed the young Cui Dong back to the Huangting country. And even after he finished practicing, he would still stand in the same place for a long time. Even if he was roaming the Jianghu alone this time, just like when he saw Lu Gaoxin off in Yanji County City, Qin Pingan would still sit alone on the roof. In the last spring of the year, he would drink wine and murmur to himself. And at those times when no one would think deeply, there would be a spring breeze lingering in his sleeves. Qin Pingan knew deep in his heart that that person must have passed away. But that person had also said, "When you are in a dilemma, you can ask the spring breeze." Then Lu Qiqing couldn't help but laugh happily because he thought it was funny. It turned out that when he saw the young man in front of him, he imitated him by shaking his wrists and raising his sleeves. But soon Lu Qiqing couldn't laugh anymore. Between the young man's raised hands, wisps of spring breeze lingered cheerfully around his sleeves, like green dragons swimming in the sea of clouds. Qin Pingan asked softly, "Mr. Qi?" Lu Qiqing was shocked. At this moment it was just like the battle 1,000 years ago, when he faced Master Zhang who held a fairy sword in one hand and a Taoist seal in the other. A warm and mellow voice sounded beside Qin Pingan. "I'm here." (238) Although I took 5 days off because of a cold this month, I still finished the 120,000 words update as promised. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was fluttering in the breeze. For the first time, this giant of White Emperor City from 1,000 years ago was a little cautious. It didn't make sense. Because the figure condensed by wisps of spring wind next to Qin Pingan was an illusory Confucian in a green robe with white hair and a smile on his face. Lu Qiqing observed the atmosphere and found that it was just an oil lamp that was about to dry up. But other than the atmosphere, there was something inexplicable. Any Qi trainers below the upper 5 states might not be able to figure out the key points. However, Lu Qiqing, who was temporarily attached to Lu Qiqing's body, was a genuine 12th state immortal at the peak of his cultivation. Before he betrayed the orthodoxy of the devil cult, he happened to see too many capable people standing on the top of the mountains in White Emperor City, which was under the torrents of the small heaven of the Yellow River and was surrounded by colorful clouds. Therefore, he suddenly felt restrained and did not dare to act rashly. The more he couldn't figure out the real situation, the more Lu Qiqing didn't dare to underestimate it. Qi Jingchun first signaled Qin Pingan to rest assured, stood side by side with the teenager, and introduced himself to Lu Qiqing with a smile. Qi Jingchun, a disciple of the sage of literature, used to be the headmaster of Cliff Academy. Lu Qiqing was a little confused. The guy in front of him was not arrogant and looked gentle. Was he just the sage of literature? Qi Jingchun. Cliff Academy. What a mess. Was he the master and disciple of the Confucian school who emerged in the past 1,000 years when he was defeated by celestial master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain? However, the title, Sage of Literature, was not simple. The title of a person was suffixed with the word sage. For example, the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Demi-Sage were all qualified to erect statues in Confucian temples, and the positions of the statues must be very high. It was all Lu Qiqing's fault. He was a half-baked scholar. His foundation was too shallow, and he did not do proper work all day long. He was never interested in the situation of a continent. He only wanted to rely on his poor knowledge of literature to fool women's feelings. Of course, he was also responsible for it. He felt that the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent was a barbaric land. Even if it had been accumulating resources for 1,000 years, the number of cultivators in the upper 5 realms could still be counted on one hand. He didn't need to worry at all. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve, and the restriction created by Lu Qiqing dissipated. A gentleman should treat others with sincerity. As a result, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest soon noticed the abnormality and looked at each other. That guy in the pink Taoist robe is the poor scholar Lu Qiqing. Why did he have such a weird fetish of cosmetics? Who was that old green-robed Confucian scholar? Lu Qiqing narrowed his eyes. He actually broke the camouflage set up by him in an instant. Although he only had half of the cultivation of Jade Pure Realm, even a real Jade Pure Realm Qi cultivator would not be able to break the restriction so easily with the profound skills inherited from the devil cult of White Emperor City. Zhang Shanfeng was about to get up and go to Chenpingan, but Su Yuanxia grabbed his arm and reminded him softly, "Let's continue our conversation. Don't get involved in the things over there. We'd better not see or hear indecent things." Then the bearded man saw the green-robed scholar looking at them. He smiled and nodded to greet them. Su Yuanxia hurriedly cupped her fists to return the greeting. Qi Jingchun asked with a smile, "Senior, are you the lord of the glazed pavilion of White Emperor City?" Lu Qiqing nodded and said playfully, "Why? Have you heard of my name? Isn't he notorious in the central divine continent?" Qi Jingchun shook his head and said, "I once traveled the Yellow River and met the Lord of White Emperor City on the bank of the river. Then we talked about senior." Lu Qiqing suddenly cursed, **t. How could my eldest senior go out of the city to meet people? Given my senior's temper, even if those old men in the Confucian temple came to pay him a visit out of admiration, my senior has never once taken the initiative to come out of the city to greet them. At most, he would show his face to colored clouds on the city's ramparts, and that's already giving your Confucian school of thought a great deal of face, yet the two of you still want to meet by the banks of the great river? Good boy, there should be a bottom line for bragging." Qi Jingchun laughed involuntarily and said, "The Lord of White Emperor City even invited me to play 3 rounds with him. But I had something to do at that time and had to return to the school immediately, so I owed him. I never thought that after that, I would never have the chance to return to White Emperor City. I really had no choice." Lu Qiqing raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks. He was full of anger. Although he had broken off relations with his eldest senior and no longer had any feelings for him, deep in his heart, he had always respected the Lord of White Emperor City. It was a kind of pure admiration and worship, which was why he was hesitating whether or not he should act decisively and destroy the last remnant of this guy's soul. Since this lapis lazuli pavilion master was unwilling to believe him, Qi Jingchun did not say anything more. Qi Jingchun actually had a good impression of this great demon of White Emperor City that had reappeared in the world. The first time this person had felt murderous intent, it was when the swordsman of the Combe nation had indiscriminately killed that young fox immortal. Scholars who spoke of benevolence and righteousness did not lack hypocrites, and those who walked the path of demons did not lack romantic people either. Qi Jingchun had followed Senior Zhou several times in the past and traveled the world with him. He had long since seen the world, so of course he would not be black or white. What's more, Qi Jingchen had already affirmed the great demon in front of him because of the lapis lazuli case from 1,000 years ago in White Emperor City. Qi Jingchen patted Chen Pingan's shoulder and said to Lu Qiqing with a smile, "Chen Pingan will definitely not be able to become your disciple. However, if Senior is willing to teach and Chen Pingan is willing to learn, Qi Jingchen, am happy to see it happen." Lu Qiqing stretched out a finger and shook it gently. "You and I both know what kind of situation you are in now. You are just a soul condensed by a wisp of spring wind. Even if you were a scholarly sage in the upper 5 realms when you were alive, today is different from the past. Do you think you have the ability to bargain with me?" Qi Jingchen glanced at the great demon in a pink Taoist robe. As soon as he looked over, he saw Lu Qiqing's murderous intent surging. The great demon's heart was easily shaken and not determined. Many choices were more inclined to follow their innate violent nature, which led to many tragedies in the world. It was not without reason that the world suppressed and restrained the great demons in the world. Someone once said that those who are not of our race must have a different heart, and that demons and monsters are born to live an ignoble existence and like to seize the vitality of all things. Only the human race is willing to sacrifice generously for justice. These views were very unpleasant for those who were not of the human race. In fact, during the period when the Sage of Rights was in charge of the world, there were many sages of the Learning Palace who suggested that all the great demons in the upper 5 realms should be encircled and suppressed and detained in prison to prevent future troubles. However, the Sage of Rights did not accept it in the end. Qi Jingchen was a little emotional. In the final analysis, the reason of the great demons in the world all fell on the word living. They were tirelessly pursuing their own lives to become strong, unrestrained and lawless. The reason of the world fell on the word rules. Within the rules, they would benefit the common people. Qi Jingchen stretched out a hand and said with a smile, "If you are unreasonable and only want to subdue others by force, then I will borrow a sword to cut off half of your cultivation." The scholar would sword box on Chen Pingan's back. The long sword that he had secretly named Demon Subduing was like rain after a long drought. It hummed cheerfully as it slowly unsheathed itself inch by inch, its aura surging like a bowl. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was fluttering. His eyes were full of hostility and his body was full of majestic demon aura. He asked with a smile, "Qi, are you sure you have the chance to hold the heavenly weapon that is specially designed for the great demon? Even if I can't smash your soul with one punch, aren't you afraid that I will smash Chen Pingan into a pulp with one punch?" Qi Jingchuan's expression was as usual, as if she was talking about the most natural principle. "As long as I, Qi Jingchen, am alive, no one will be able to bully little junior brother for a while." Lu Qiqing laughed and said, "I don't believe it." Lu Qiqing's pupils shrank sharply. His whole body was shrouded in a pale golden light ball. But above his head, there was a small hole, just like the scene when the man cut a big hole in the Yellow River Cave. The primeval golden light formation of White Emperor City that protected Lu Qiqing first showed a little flaw. In Lu Qiqing's sight, there was a black dot as small as a mustard seed. Then, there was a thin black line. Finally, it completely cut open the primeval golden light formation with a crash. The tip of the sword was pointed at the center of Lu Qiqing's eyebrows. It was less than an inch away. Lu Qiqing did not move. It was not that he had lost the upper hand, but that he had no power to fight. On the contrary, White Emperor City had always been known for its heterogeneous Taoist methods and magical powers. The robe on his body, which was comparable to a semi-immortal weapon, allowed him to stand still and withstand the sword. However, the long sword in the hand of the blue-robed Confucian who was holding the sword with one hand was not the long sword made by Yuan Qi, but the simple wooden sword. Therefore, Lu Qiqing chose to take a step back and keep the peace. Because that guy named Qi Jingchen didn't mean to be too aggressive in the first place. It was both sides taking a step back. Qi Jingchen slowly put away the wooden sword and put it back into the sword box on Chen Pinggan's back. He smiled and said, "If this sword was made by Alliance or Senior Brothers it would be a different scene." Lu Qiqing asked, "Senior Brother really went out of the city to see you? He even took the initiative to invite you to play 3 rounds of chess." Qi Jingchen nodded. The truth was so. There was no need to be proud of it, nor to hide it. Moreover, Qi Jingchen had never taken these experiences to heart. The young Cui Dong was still complacent and had played 10 rounds of chess with the city lord of White Emperor City in the colorful clouds. The temperament of the two was completely different. Lu Qiqing sighed and looked absent-minded. It was as if there was a glass cup in his heart that suddenly broke. He felt both lost and relieved. In his heart, no matter how much he resented his eldest senior brother's ruthless great Tao, that arrogant man was an invincible existence after all. He was a virtuous man who should not make an exception for anyone. Lu Qiqing was a little disheartened. Since I can't be Chen Pinggan's disciple, I won't teach him swordsmanship. My Taoist skills are not so cheap. Qi, since you are so capable, you can teach him yourself. He seemed to be a little angry. He turned around and strode toward the gate of the ancient temple. Qi Jingchen suddenly said, "Wait a moment. I have something to say to you." Lu Qiqing turned around and was a little puzzled. Suddenly, in the lake of his heart, there were ripples of strange light and strange colors. Then, Lu Qiqing's face was filled with horror and ecstasy. After all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, he asked softly, "Qi Jingchen, a person like you would be a great immortal in any world. How did you end up like this?" Qi Jingchen smiled and asked, "What do you mean by end up like this?" Lu Qiqing was slightly startled. He was convinced and said, "I am ashamed. This time, I owe Chen Pinggan a favor. When I become famous again in the Central Divine Continent, I can ask Chen Pinggan to go to White Emperor City to find me." Before Lu Qiqing left the ancient temple, he waved his sleeve and grabbed a young fox immortal hiding in the dark. He took her with him and left the ancient temple. The young fox immortal had changed into a new set of clothes and smeared several layers of rouge on her face. She looked funny with patches of red and green. Maybe she was the pink beauty that she had mistaken for. She also had a favorite secret book that she had kept close to her all year round. It was coarsely printed and full of mistakes. It was called A Talented Scholar and Beautiful Woman. It was a love story between a man and a woman. It also talked about the virtuous etiquette of a lady from a noble family. For example, when talking to people, she had to speak in a soft and gentle voice. When she saw a handsome scholar for the first time, she had to lower her head shyly. Then, she would look up timidly and lower her head again with a blush. There was a lot of knowledge in it and she benefited a lot from it. Some stories with sad endings made her cry every time she read them. When Lu Qiqing forcibly abducted her, she was scared out of her wits. However, when she saw a handsome young man standing outside the ancient temple with a red mark between his eyebrows and a willow twig in his hand, she became excited again. She felt that the heavens had treated her well and rewarded her Mr. Right, whom she fell in love with at first sight. Lu Qiqing took his disciple and the fox immortal and went down the mountain. No one knew where they were going. Qi Jingchen looked around and also left the ancient temple with Chen Pinggan. In the open space outside the gate, they looked at the night scenery of the distant mountains with the help of the moonlight. Qi Jingchen said softly, "People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the light of the embryo, the spirit of the refreshment, and the spirit of the serene. After I died, I returned most of my soul's fate to this world. My disciples, Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children were all given the word qi. As for you, Xiao Yao, and Song Jisin, the remaining 3 souls secretly left a wisp of spring breeze. My current identity can't be regarded as the complete Qi Jingchen. I can only be regarded as a Taoist protector who escorts you on your journey. The path that Song Jisin chose is further and further away from the orthodox Confucian path. This is the way the world is. Everyone has their own fate and can't be forced. At that time, Xiao Yao was stopped by Cui Dong and was forced to hand over the World Welcoming Spring seal. This was something that I had already predicted, so I told Xiao Yao in advance that he didn't need to worry about the seal's survival. However, after that, Xiao Yao encountered another opportunity on his way to another continent. His state of mind became a little careless. In the future, he might need you, the nominal martial uncle, to help him once. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Qi Jingchen said with a smile, "You mean you didn't agree to my teacher's request, so you're not my junior brother?" "It doesn't matter. Even if you don't recognize the old scholar as your teacher, I still recognize you as my junior brother." Chen Pingan scratched his head and nodded. "Okay." Qi Jingchen patted Chen Pingan's shoulder. "Is the journey tiring?" Chen Pingan shook his head. "It's very exciting. In addition to practicing martial arts, I also encountered mountains and rivers. I made new friends like Hero Su and Zhang Shanfeng. I also saw a lot of demons and monsters. I'm not tired." As if he was afraid that Mr. Qi wouldn't believe him, Chen Pingan said with a smile, "I'm really not tired." Qi Jingchen grunted in acknowledgement. He knew that it was just the young man himself who didn't feel tired. How could he not be tired after such a bumpy journey? He practiced martial arts day after day. What he carried on his thin shoulders were the expectations of others and the hardships of the world. He also had to be on guard against the evilness of people's hearts. The people and things he faced were all inexplicable. It would be strange if he didn't feel tired. The young man was just carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders, but he didn't want others to worry about him. After learning that Mr. Qi didn't know everything, Chen Pingan told him about the magical mountain coaster carps, the flowing clouds and flowing water alley in Huangtinghua Shenwen of the city god palace in Yanji County, and his admiration for Mr. Qi. The Jianghu of the Aquarius continent was actually not very deep. It could not be compared to the North continent, which had many top swordsmen. Su Yuanxia was a pure martial artist of the fourth realm. In the Jianghu of the small countries like the Beautiful Clothes country and the Calm Water country, he was already considered a master who could do anything he wanted. Furthermore, he had a handy divine weapon at his side. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. Back then in the dilapidated ancient temple, if he did not fall into a trap and was ambushed by the mama, who looked like a young girl, Su Yuanxia might not have lost to the mama who was one of the 4 evil spirits of the Calm Water country. Su Yuanxia rubbed his beard with the palm of his hand. He felt that if it really did not work, he could only come up with this plan. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly tugged at their sleeves. Su Yuanxia and Chen Pingan turned their heads to look. A huge luxuriously decorated carriage came to a stop slowly. It had an imposing aura. A young girl and a burly man walked down from the carriage. The young girl was a familiar face. She was the demon who plotted the murder in the ancient temple. At that time, she had told the sword saint of the Calm Water country, Song Yufan, that she wanted to personally visit the Sword Water Villa. They did not expect that she would really come without any hesitation. The burly man was 9 feet tall. He was bare-handed and had an astonishing aura. Wherever he went, the Jianghu heroes, martial arts masters, and martial arts legends who came from afar all took the initiative to make way for him. Chen Pingan and the other two saw the young girl demon. She also saw them. She said something to the burly man and walked straight towards the three of them. She curtsied gracefully and smiled. Three heroes, no discord, no concord. Since we are guests at the Swordwater Villa, why don't we meet over a drink and forget about our enmity? Su Yuanxia, Chen Pingan, and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other. He turned his head and smiled. Sure. Soon, a stooped old man from the villa came out to welcome the young girl and the burly man. His surname was Chu. It turned out that before the burly man came, he had sent a visiting card. The villa did not dare to neglect him. Su Yuanxia took this opportunity to pass on Song Yufan's words to the old man. It was the head steward of the Swordwater Villa, Old Man Chu. As soon as he heard it, he was sure that it was the old master's tone. Compared to the cautious way he treated the young girl and the burly man, he was much more sincere and warm. Moreover, at this juncture, the more Jianghu friends who could catch the old master's eye, the better. The young master's position as the alliance leader might be stable. After entering the villa, they passed through corridors, aisles, and walls. The Swordwater Villa was built like a different world. Steward Chu personally arranged for the three of them to stay in a standalone courtyard with beautiful scenery. The young girl and the burly man just happened to stay in a neighboring courtyard. Chen Pingan heard the sound of water before he entered the courtyard. He asked if there was a stream nearby. Only then did he know that behind the courtyard was a large waterfall that flowed straight down along the stone path. It was not too close. It was a beautiful place that the Swordwater Villa was famous for in the Combe country. After the rain, there would be rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent and breathtaking. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng did not want to go out for a walk for the time being. Chen Pingan went to see the waterfall alone. Zhang Shanfeng practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Su Yuanxia sat on a stone bench and said self-mockingly, "Well, I'm a martial artist of the fourth realm, but I can't hear the sound of the waterfall." You have sharp ears. After walking for a while, Old Man Chu stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the waterfall in the distance. He said to himself, could this young man with a sword on his back be a great grandmaster who has regained his youth? Longquan County welcomed a team of carriages. It was definitely a rare guest. The team of carriages came from the officials of the Great Sui Kingdom. Although they were light and did not make a big fuss, they still caused a big storm in the center of Dolly's court. In the welcoming team on the side of Dolly, there were two pillars of the country, surnamed Yuan and Chao. There was also the minister of the Ministry of Rights who came from the Cliff Academy. There were also several big shots in the capital. Without exception, they were all close subordinates of Emperor Dolly. County Governor Wu Yuan was really inconspicuous among them. The backbone of the Great Sui Kingdom side was an old man who was not well known. He only knew that his surname was Gao, which was the same surname as the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Judging from his appearance and bearing, he was more like a storyteller who traveled around the world. He did not have the arrogance of wealth. He brought a young girl with him. As for the other two carriages, there were Prince Gao Xian and the eunuch in a boa robe. There was also an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who had a noble status but did not have a very high rank. After the two groups of people met at a relay station, they only had a simple meal of tea and coarse food. Then, they rushed to the cloud-splitting mountain that was newly conferred as the North Peak. Wei Pai, the god of the North Peak, was originally an official of the Huangting country. Now, he had become the deputy head of the Linlu Academy, Qing. A god and an old dragon were patiently waiting for the team at the foot of the mountain. The three groups gathered and climbed the mountain one by one. The Song clan was going to form an alliance with the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family at the cloud-splitting mountain. In this mountain alliance, the two remaining dynasties in the north of the eastern Bottle continent were going to sign a century-old alliance. When the two sides formed the alliance according to the Confucian etiquette, there were two young men of the same age standing face to face. They were both princes. One of them was Song Jisin. Behind him stood the maid GQ, who was absent-minded. The other was Gao Xian. Behind him stood a white-haired man in a boa robe. Gao Xian smiled and said, "We meet again." Song Jisin did not have a good impression of this noble from the Great Sui Kingdom whom he met for the first time at the Mud Bottle Alley, so he did not say anything. Gao Xian frowned and said, "Every dog has its day. Now, you are even more arrogant than me." Song Jisin sneered and did not say anything. Gao Xian turned to look at the slender girl and said with a smile, "Chen Pingan and I are very good friends now." When he was in the Great Sui Kingdom, whenever he talked about his hometown, he would often mention you. GQ rolled her eyes impolitely. Gao Xian seemed to remember something and asked Song Jisin, "When I bought this maid from you, if I remember correctly, you offered 10,000 taels of gold. Is it still the same price?" Song Jisin then said, "What is the price in the Great Sui Kingdom? Tell me. When I have money in the future, I might buy her." Gao Xian clicked his tongue and said, "Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Your tone is really scary." Song Jisin sneered and said, "Are you scared to death?" Gao Xian curled his lips and stopped arguing with this guy. He turned to look at the majestic North Peak Mountain Temple of Dali and said softly, "The North Peak Mountain Temple is here. Where is the South Peak?" In the East Mountain of the capital where the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom was located, there was a more hidden mountain alliance. Although it did not seem to be of a high standard and did not leak any information to the outside, the Great Sui Kingdom was very nervous inside and outside the capital. From the emperor to the 6 government offices, as well as the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain, the Cliff Academy was watched closely. Fortunately, the deputy headmaster of the academy, Mao Xiaodong, was like an old hen protecting its chicks. He strongly requested the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom not to delay the normal teaching of the academy because of this, so the teachers and students of the Invincible Blades section of the academy did not notice anything strange. The Great Sui Kingdom was so nervous. No wonder the Great Sui Kingdom made a fuss over nothing. It was really because the person in charge of signing the East Mountain Alliance in Dali had a strong background. The imperial tutor of Dali, Cui Dong. In a quiet courtyard of the Cliff Academy, the girl who was now famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom knelt in front of the door, not daring to breathe. 2 people sat opposite each other in the room. To be precise, it was actually one person. The young man in white, Cui Dong, and the old man in a green scholar's robe, Cui Dong. After the two met, they did not exchange any words. They just played a game of chess. In the end, the young man who changed his name to Cui Dongshan lost a game, but the young man was not in a bad mood. He smiled and replayed the game alone. The old man, Cui Dong, looked solemn. He took a cup of hot tea from the trembling girl, and slowly drank it without looking at the game. Cui Dong suddenly said, "Even if there is a way to unite the spirit, you are still not willing to agree." Cui Dongshan kept bending over to put the chess pieces into the box, and said unhappily, "Do you still need to ask?" With Cui Dong's temperament, he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He was like this 100 years ago, and 10,000 years later, he will still be like this. Cui Shi sighed and said, "Life is unpredictable, it's absurd." Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Now that my news is not smooth, is there chaos in the central part of the Aquarius continent, in the beautiful Clothes Kingdom?" Cui Dong nodded, although there was a small accident, but it did not affect the general situation. The chaos has already been settled. Cui Dongshan tidied up the chess game for a long time, and looked at the old man who was sitting upright and still. He was a little angry, and did not want to be a coolie anymore. He lay down on the exquisitely woven bamboo mat, and muttered, "You are much luckier than me. The old scholar is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He is not willing to fall out with you, so he came to deal with me, an innocent young man. You don't know, from Pearl Grotto Heaven to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, how much I have suffered." Cui Dong did not say anything. Cui Dongshan sighed, and reached out to gently beat his chest. "Looking at your pitiful appearance, I feel like my heart is being cut by a knife." Xie forced a smile, and squeezed out a smile. Cui Dongshan hurriedly covered his eyes with one hand, and shook his other hand hard. "Quickly turn your head, I saw a ghost in the daytime, your master's eyes are going blind." The girl turned her head, and looked up. The sky was clear and boundless. When she was young, she did not understand why cloudless was the best weather. Isn't it better to have colorful clouds? It was not until she went up the mountain that she understood that if there were no clouds, there would be no wind or rain. Li Baoping gathered everyone with a wooden chief's order. This was because she had recently finished reading a novel about Jianghu heroes. A person who was respected as the chief of Jianghu would be able to command the Jianghu as long as he showed the order. It was very impressive. She held the self-made wooden token and swaggered to knock on each door. She did not say anything, and with a straight face, she raised the token in her hand, and then walked to the next door. In the end, Lin Shi, Li Huai, Yu Lu, Xie, and even Cui Dongshan joined in the fun. They gathered in Li Baoping's dormitory, waiting for this Wulin Alliance master to speak. Li Baoping coughed, and the small wooden token hung around her neck. There was a thick envelope on the table. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket slowly opened the envelope, and said with a solemn expression, "Junior Marshal Uncle has written a letter to all of us. As the branch master of the Eastern Mountain Branch under Longquan County Headquarters, I will now begin to read the letter to all of you. Remember not to make a ruckus, not to be careless, not to. Li Huai, sit properly. And Cui Dongshan, you are not allowed to cross your legs. Yu Lu, don't eat the melon seeds yet." The group could only sit up obediently, and listen with respectful attention. The girl first read the letter her junior marshal uncle had written to her, and she read it with a cadence. Then, she carefully folded the letter and put it beside her hand. She took out the second letter from the envelope, which was for Li Huai, Lin Shi, Yu Lu, and Xie. They were all on the same piece of paper. The contents of Chen Pingan's letter were mostly trivial things that happened in his hometown during the New Year in the small town. If they were not allowed to have conflicts, they must be united when they were outside, they must get along well, they should not let their families worry, they should not be too tired from studying, they should go down the mountain to relax when appropriate, they could go for a stroll around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, and so on. At most, he wrote about some strange people and strange things that happened after they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, as well as some descriptions of the scenery of riding on a Kuan boat and overlooking the earth. It could not be said to be written at all. It was flat and straightforward, and the wording was dull, but the feelings were sincere. Everyone could even imagine that when Chen Pingan picked up the pen and wrote the letter, he was sitting even more upright and still than they were right now, his expression definitely meticulous. After Li Baoping finished reading all the letters, her hands made a gesture of qi sinking into the dantian. Done. Li Huai wondered, Li Baoping, since Chen Pingan almost always writes a letter, why don't you just give the letter to us directly? The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket glared at him, and Li Huai shrank his neck. Cui Dongshan pointed at his own nose. What about mine? Li Baoping crossed her arms and sat cross-legged on the bench. She shook her head and said, "Youngest martial uncle did not write to you." Cui Dongshan raised his head and pretended that his face was full of tears. He muttered, "There is actually such a heartless teacher in the world." Li Baoping suddenly laughed out loud and took out a few banknotes from the Dolly time-honored bank. "Just now in my letter, youngest martial uncle told me about this matter. I forgot to read it. Here, take it. Youngest martial uncle said that he owed you 2,000 taels of silver and he has returned it to you. Cui Dongshan, you can't go back on your words in the future. If you say that youngest martial uncle did not return the money to you, I will testify for youngest martial uncle." Cui Dongshan took the few banknotes that were as light as a feather. He looked heartbroken. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. "Baoping, did your youngest martial uncle mention anything about the Spring Festival couplets?" "I wrote them." "Did teacher post them on the eve of the Lunar New Year?" "Read the letter carefully again. What if he missed something?" Li Baoping said firmly, "No. I've already read little martial uncle's letter 9 times. I can even recite it backwards." Cui Dongshan looked suspicious. He stood up and bent down. He reached out to take the letter, intending to read it himself. Li Baoping pressed down on the carefully folded letters and glared at the defeated opponent. "How dare you? Everything had its weakness." Cui Dongshan retracted his hand resentfully and sat down again. He sighed and felt that there was nothing left to live for. Li Huai whispered, "Cui Dongshan, do you think the banknotes are an eyesore? Why don't you give them to me?" Cui Dongshan kept the banknotes and squinted. "The banknotes are not an eyesore, but you are." Li Huai imitated Li Baoping and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said proudly, "Be careful with your words. Do you know that I am now the branch master of the Wu Academy's Dongshan branch under the Longquan village headquarters?" Cui Dongshan stood up and patted his butt. He laughed and scolded the little brat, "Get lost." Li Baoping kept all the letters and put them in the envelope. "I will keep the letters for you in case you lose them." Dismissed. Cui Dongshan yawned and left the school. Lin Shui and Li Huai left together. Yu Lu and Xia Xia walked at the back. Yu Lu laughed softly. "Chen Pingan wrote a letter to us. I have 24 more words than you." Xia Xia said with a black face, "Yu Lu, are you not childish?" Yu Lu laughed very annoyingly. Deep in the mountains of Swordwater Manor, there was an astonishing waterfall. It was like a white chain falling from the sky. Under the waterfall was a dark green pool. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. There were vague figures of red swimming fish that flashed past. The sound of the waterfall was like thunder. Water vapor filled the air. Chen Pingan stood in an exquisite waterside pavilion beside the deep pool. He was thinking about a problem. If he slashed with his sword, could he split the waterfall? Chen Pingan weighed the power of the waterfall. He wondered if the old man from the bamboo house could make the waterfall surge up and the water recede if he threw out a punch. Once he switched from the unfamiliar sword drawing to the familiar punch, Chen Pingan immediately gained confidence. This confidence came from the hundreds of thousands of stances and the fact that he had faced the enemy without retreating. Chen Pingan looked at the spectacular waterfall and suddenly had a strange thought. If he threw out a punch with all his strength, would he be able to break through the curtain of water of the waterfall? Would he be lucky enough to break through it, and still have a trace of the fist aura to smash into the tough stone wall behind the waterfall? He wondered if Su Yuanxia and the other martial artists of Jianghu who had reached the qi refining realm could punch a hole in the stone wall. Chen Pingan was somewhat tempted. But Chen Pingan quickly jumped off the railing and sat on the long bench of the waterside pavilion, drinking wine like a tourist who admired the famous scenery of a mountain villa. Chen Pingan looked at the other side of the road. A moment later, a group of people in bright clothes slowly walked over. Some were laughing loudly and had a heroic spirit, some were gentle and elegant, and there were also women with graceful bearing, smiling like flowers. In the middle of the three people in the lead was a handsome young master with a jade pendant hanging on one side of his waist and an uncommon short sword hanging on the other side. He had a dignified appearance. On his left was a man with a saber. He walked like a dragon and tiger, looking around proudly. On his right was a young scholar with a square headscarf and a folding fan in his hand. Behind the three people, there were several women and young girls, all of whom had an extraordinary appearance. Further behind, there was a group of retainers and attendants. Most of them were young and strong men with sharp eyes and an imposing manner. One of them carried a hard horn bow on his back and was the most eye-catching. An indescribable Jianghu aura rushed towards the waterside pavilion. The waterside viewing path of the Swordwater Mountain Villa was a broken path. The end point was this waterside pavilion. The other party was crowded on the small path and there was almost no space. Chen Pingan could only temporarily stay in the waterside pavilion, thinking that he would find a chance to leave after they entered the waterside pavilion. The three people in the lead and the women went up the stairs one after another. The retainers each took a side and guarded outside the waterside pavilion. As for Chen Pingan, who carried a sword box on his back, most of them only glanced at him and did not pay him any attention. After seeing Chen Pingan, his gaze paused slightly, as if he was waiting for Chen Pingan to take the initiative to speak. But after meeting his gaze, Chen Pingan appeared somewhat wooden. The young master smiled slightly and nodded his head in greeting. In reality, he was somewhat puzzled. Of all the heroes of Jianghu who had entered the mountain villa, there was actually someone who did not recognize him. Chen Pingan then nodded his head and returned the greeting. Just as Chen Pingan planned to take the opportunity to leave the waterside pavilion, a young lady sitting beside the handsome young master looked at Chen Pingan and said gently, "Young master, if you are here to admire the scenery, and have not enjoyed yourself to the fullest, you do not need to leave." Chen Pingan was startled, because he could not understand the official language of the Comb Water Nation that the lady spoke. The lady understood tacitly, and immediately repeated herself in the language of the Aquarius continent. Chen Pingan then understood. The lady was about 17 or 18 years old, her height was not inferior to any man, her face was cold as ice, and at her waist hung an exquisite scabbard that was wrapped in gold threads. Just that her posture of hanging the blade was rarely seen, as it was hanging in the opposite direction. This point was exactly the same as the middle-aged man. She glanced at the wooden sword sheath on Chen Pingan's back, and then looked at the scarlet red wine pot on Chen Pingan's waist. She did not see through his background and cultivation level, and thus lost interest. The man with the blade said generously, "Little brother, just sit down. If you want to drink then drink, if you want to admire the scenery, there is no need to be restrained. If we are talking about first come first serve, then we are the ones disturbing little brother's leisure. Of course, if you dislike us for being noisy, little brother can leave then." Ordinary people could only sit down, but Chen Pingan cupped his fists and bade farewell. "I have already been here for half a day, and after seeing the waterfall, I will return." The man with the blade laughed heartily, and actually stood up and cupped his fists. No problem, little brother, please do as you wish." One of the youngest young ladies opened her eyes wide. She felt that the unfamiliar young man had poor eyesight, and was putting on airs. Did he really not know that the host in the waterside pavilion was Song Fengshan, the young Heights Lord of the Swordwater Manor? Alas, it was said that a princess of the Swordwater Manor admired him so much that she almost eloped. Even if the guest did not recognize the host, would the big shot of the Swordwater Manor, who dared to carry a blade in the opposite direction, not recognize him? The man who cupped his fists and bade farewell, although he looked amiable and did not look like a big shot of the Jianghu, was actually the current Heights Lord of the Swordwater Manor, which was as famous as the Swordwater Manor. He was a great master of blade techniques in the Swordwater Manor, and was famous throughout the Jianghu of dozens of countries. Even the old sword sage Song Yulan personally praised his blade techniques, saying that he was only a hair away from reaching the realm of perfection in martial arts. The young lady was secretly happy, thinking that this poor young man could not be a fledgling of the Jianghu, could he? Could it be that he was a little thief who dared to sneak into the Swordwater Manor, so he did not dare to stay? If that was the case, then it would be fun. Chen Pingan walked out of the waterside pavilion and down the steps. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Wait a moment. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw that it was the young lady who carried a blade in the opposite direction. She walked to the top of the steps and looked down at him. Who is your master? Is it a swordsmanship sect from the colorful robes kingdom or the ancient Yu kingdom? Although the lady's words were slightly overbearing, Chen Pingan turned around and shook his head. He tried to say something polite that did not hurt the atmosphere. I come from a place further north. This time, I came to the Swordwater Manor with a friend. I heard that the young Heights Lord was elected as the chief of the Swordwater Manor, so I wanted to find an opportunity to congratulate you. The handsome young man smiled slightly. The young scholar who was waving his folding fan teased softly, the immortals are here, but the predecessors did not recognize them. The man with the blade looked at the lady's back and laughed angrily. You little martial arts fanatic, you are not allowed to be rude to the guest. What did I tell you before? You can't casually find someone to compare notes with outside of your own manor. The lady with the blade pressed her palm on the hilt and the top of the scabbard rose slightly, pointing at Chen Pingan who was at the bottom of the steps. She turned a deaf ear to the man's words and stared at Chen Pingan, asking, Are you in the second or third realm of martial arts? How many years have you been practicing swordsmanship? Chen Pingan frowned, cupped his hands and turned to leave. He did not intend to pay attention to this young lady who came from a rich family in Jianghu. Chen Pingan was easy to talk to, but it did not mean that he had no principles. On the contrary, Chen Pingan had never provoked strangers, but he was not afraid of them either. Kai Qinqian, Fu Nanhua, the mountain-moving ape, the Chiduan mountain snake whose head had exploded, the official's bodyguard on the Xiuhua River ferry, the young man Cui Dong who did not dare to show his face at the bottom of the ancient well in Huangting country, and the female ghost who was strangled and had her divine soul smashed in the ancient temple not long ago. The lady with the blade sneered and said softly, This kind of trash has the nerve to carry a sword in Jianghu and even dare to enter the Swordwater Manor. Presumably, the person who taught you swordsmanship only taught you to be timid and afraid of trouble, right? The man with the blade was somewhat helpless. His daughter's bad temper, which had been brought out from her mother's womb, was really harmful. But complaints were complaints. The man had always been proud of his only daughter's martial arts talent. He did not hide his expectations and directly declared that his daughter would never marry outside of the manor in the future. The horizontal blade manor would only marry into the family because his daughter was destined to succeed as the manor master. The man with the blade did not want to take advantage of his position to bully others. He stood up and was about to persuade his daughter to stop provoking the foreign youth. People who practice martial arts should be the most important thing, the level of martial arts was secondary. But the man also knew that his daughter was not the only one who did not listen to these old words of Jianghu. In fact, the young geniuses of Jianghu today all heard them in one ear and out the other. Their faces were full of impatience, and they sneered behind the backs of the older generation. Wasn't the most outstanding young master of Combe country in the past 10 years the young manor master sitting next to him? He had entered the four realms of martial arts at a young age and had won himself the reputation of the little sword fairy. Every time before Song Fengshan used his sword, whether he was challenged or took the initiative to find someone to test his sword, he would burn incense, take a bath, and change into a new set of clothes that he had never worn before. After he used his sword, he would not leave anyone alive. However, such a decisive sword genius was very likely to be the youngest level 5 grandmaster in the history of the Combe country. A 5th realm grandmaster at the age of 30. When the time came and he defeated Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, Song Fengshan could rightfully occupy the title of a Sword Fairy. At that time, his grandfather, the old sword sage Song Yufan, should still be alive. Now that the sword god of colorful clothes country was dead, who could contend against the sword water villa in the territory of more than 10 countries? This was also the key reason why the Jianghu of Combe country was willing to bow down to a junior. However, the old manor master Song Yufan rarely appeared in public for decades. It could be that he was disappointed in this new Jianghu. It was said that the relationship between grandfather and grandson was not very good. The old sword sage especially disliked his granddaughter-in-law who hid a needle in silk. Hearing the strange words of the woman with the blade, even the temperamental Chen Pingon suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the waterside pavilion. He did not know the so-called rules of the Jianghu, nor did he know the local customs of Combe country. However, Chen Pingon felt that there were some truths in the world that could be applied everywhere. Some things were even more clearly distinguished between right and wrong. Fortunately, the man with the blade had already walked to his daughter's side. With a stern face, he lectured, "How can I let you walk the Jianghu alone with such arrogance and willfulness? Let's postpone it for a year." The woman flew into a rage. Her frosty expression became even colder. However, the person in front of her was her father after all. He was the master who had personally taught her the martial Dao blade technique. He was both a father and a teacher. Moreover, in front of so many outsiders, the woman with the blade had been exposed to the affairs of the Jianghu since she was young. No matter how unwilling she was, she still snorted coldly and did not continue to hurt him. She turned and walked to the bench of the waterside pavilion. The man apologized to Chen Pingon, "Little brother, Wang Yiran, apologize to you on behalf of my daughter." Chen Pingon nodded and turned to walk away. Chen Pingon's impression of this young woman was terrible to the extreme because she reminded him of Zhu He and Zhu Lu, and they were in a similar situation. Her father was clearly a reasonable and forthright person who treated others well, so why did the daughter they taught have to be so arrogant and self-centered? It was strange. When Chen Pingon thought of Zhu Lu, who had tried to assassinate him, he thought of the mastermind behind it, Li Baoping's second brother, Li Baozhen. This was an unavoidable hatred. Chen Pingon could not help but sigh. Chen Pingon left without saying anything. This detail caused the woman with the saber, who was filled with anger, to be completely unable to tolerate it. She suddenly stood up and said with a stern expression, "The manor lord of the horizontal saber villa personally apologized to you, and you actually didn't even let out a fart. Do you have a mother but not a father to teach you?" Chen Pingon expressionlessly turned around and tightened the string tied to the sword sheath on his back. "If you want to compare notes, then let's compare notes." Chen Pingon had been silent during the 700 miles journey from the ancient temple to the Sword Water Villa. He was not in a good mood. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng could also see that something was wrong. The bearded man had even restrained himself from drinking. He no longer spoke dirty words after drinking. Therefore, when Chen Pingon said that he wanted to watch the waterfall, the two people who were tempted said that they did not want to move. They wanted to let Chen Pingon relax by himself. The woman walked to the top of the stairs and sneered, "Good, I was waiting for you to say that. However, Chen Pingan's next words made everyone inside and outside the waterside pavilion look at him in a new light. They were terrified. Does a verbal agreement of life and death count? The Saber Grandmaster, Wang Yiran, whose name shook the Comb Nation, said in a deep voice, "Little brother, I can spar. Regardless of the outcome, I will not interfere. However, I hope that there is no need to fight to the death." The woman with the blade was about to speak when Wang Yiran glared at her fiercely. The woman had never seen her father so strict. She was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. She no longer dared to speak harshly to that damned foreign youth. Wang Yiran stared at Chen Pingan. "If you are willing to fight only after signing a life and death agreement, I will not agree. However, if it is only to compare notes, even if my attacks are a bit heavy, I am willing to let my daughter suffer. I hope that she can use this opportunity to know the depth of the Jianghu. Don't be so arrogant and think that you are invincible just because you learned some mediocre martial arts." At the end of his words, the man turned his head and glanced at his daughter. In front of so many outsiders, these words could be said to be very heavy. Teach your son in front of your face and teach your wife behind your back. This was probably the old rule of the Jianghu. Chen Pingan took a deep breath, then let's compare notes. Wang Yiran, who was standing next to his daughter, said in a low voice, "Shanhu, remember to act appropriately. Don't make your Jianghu path narrower and narrower." Obviously, Wang Yiran was more optimistic about his daughter. However, as a father, he still had to speak the truth. The woman with the blade looked at the youth on the path outside the waterside pavilion. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Father, I know what to do." She held the hilt of her blade and smiled slightly. She tapped her toes and leaped high toward the young swordsman who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment the woman unsheathed her famous blade, there was a dull vibration on the path. The figure in the corner of everyone's eyes suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the youth with the box came in front of the woman with the blade. He punched her in the forehead and used the force to bounce back to his original position. He withdrew his fist and stood still. The woman was like a kite with a broken string. She was hit in the air and flew over the top of the waterside pavilion. Finally, she fell into the pool under the waterfall. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The two sides were comparing notes. On one side, the thunder was loud and the rain was small, nothing. On the other side, there was no thunder, but the attack was a rainstorm. Chen Pingan turned and left. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd, raised it high and drank a mouthful of wine, leaving the people in the waterside pavilion to see his back. It turned out that the clay bodhisattva also had anger. (241) Wang Yiran looked solemn and twisted his body. He didn't care whether he would scare the other women and their families in the waterside pavilion. He stepped on the railing and quickly rushed to the pool to fish out his daughter who had fallen into the water. The young master of the Sword Water Manor was calm as usual. The young scholar who was waving his fan said, "I didn't expect him to be such a hidden expert." The scholar closed his fan and looked at the teen with the sword on his back who was walking further and further away. He was definitely a martial master, Four Realms master. Was he the last disciple of the sword god of the beautiful robe nation? Because the underworld was dangerous and his master had died in the forest, he had to disguise himself as a foreigner and travel alone to hide. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of anyone who could teach such a young martial arts genius who reached the martial master realm earlier than Song Fengshan. Song Fengshan's wife, that beautiful and virtuous young woman, couldn't help but ask softly, "Will Shanhu be okay?" Song Fengshan used his thumb and index finger to rub the short sword at his waist. He smiled and didn't say anything. The scholar smiled and explained, "Don't worry, madam. Miss Liu is fine." The young man's punch was skillful. He only knocked Miss Wang out with the external force of his fist. It's just a superficial wound. It won't hurt her body or spirit. The young man stopped at the last minute. It's probably like what Manor Head Wang said. He doesn't want his Jianghu path to become narrower. Sure enough, Wang Yiran carried his daughter back to the waterside pavilion. Moreover, with Wang Yiran's help, after several acupoints were sealed, the woman slowly regained consciousness. Apart from her battered and exhausted appearance, her clothes were soaked, and her spring scenery was faintly discernible. Although she had lost a great deal of face, her complexion and spirit were still fine. The woman with the reverse saber was struggling to stand in the waterside pavilion. Her forehead was red and swollen. She had her back to the crowd, with one hand supporting the pavilion pillar and the other covering her mouth. The slender woman's entire body was dripping wet, and her eyes were hazy with tears. Compared to her usual cold and elegant appearance, she had a delicate and pitiful charm. The girl who wanted to join in the fun stretched her neck and looked at the young man drinking on the path. She exclaimed, "Wow, he really is an expert." The scholar squinted his eyes and quickly sized up the woman's graceful back. The woman was like a drowned rat, and her figure was exquisite. The corner of the scholar's mouth curled up. What a pair of astonishingly long legs. Hot-headed youths probably wouldn't understand this kind of feeling. Only an experienced grandson of a wealthy family like him knew that this kind of feeling was the most hurtful to a man's body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. In Jianghu, when the master was humiliated, the servant would die. Among the trusted retainers of each camp outside the waterside pavilion, the man with the ox horn bow on his back seemed to have seen the hidden sneers of several of his retainers. For a moment, anger rose from his guts. With a loud shout, he took down the rare hard bow that had been forged by a craftsman for 10 years. From the quiver full of white feathers on his waist, he took out an eagle feather arrow and pulled the bow like a full moon. Evil people dare to hurt my Mississippi. Wang Yiran, the manor master of the horizontal blade villa, had always been known for his steadiness. He was a grand master of saber arts who had the aura of a mountain. However, even he was somewhat annoyed and furiously shouted, "Ma Lu! Don't stab people in the back." Chen Pingan, who had already walked 100 steps away, was about to turn around. He was slightly stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing on a high branch of a big tree with his hands behind his back. The mountain breeze blew. The black-clothed old man's body swayed along with the branch like water ripples. He was very elegant. The two people quickly looked at each other. The old man nodded. Chen Pingan dismissed the idea of attacking. He just turned around and faced the waterside pavilion again. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he landed on the small path and brushed past Chen Pingan like a wisp of smoke. He raised his arm and pointed a finger in front of him. An eagle plume arrow pierced through the air and was stopped by the black-clothed old man's finger. The powerful arrow shattered inch by inch in the air, while the old man's finger remained unscathed, without the slightest bit of abnormality. The old man stretched out another finger and gently grasped the tip of the arrow that was already at the end of its flight. He casually tossed it away, and the tip of the arrow shot out and pierced through one of the man's palms. The man was quite courageous, and he still didn't throw away the ox horn bow. The bloody arm in his palm drooped down dejectedly. He held the bow with one hand and glared at the uninvited guest fiercely. The black-clothed old man's expression was cold. "In Jianghu, you are responsible for your own life and death. Didn't your elders teach you this principle? In Jianghu, in Shui country, there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. However, in Jianghu Manor, you can't." The young woman stood up and bowed in a graceful manner. She respectfully greeted, "Ancestor." Wang Yiran's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed slightly. "Wang Yiran of Hengdao Manor greets Sword Saint Song." The scholar followed closely behind. He patted the girl's head and motioned for her to stand up. Then, the scholar bowed and said loudly, "Han Yuanshan of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain greets Old Manor Head." The girl was lively and didn't have stage fright. She followed her brother's example and bowed without lowering her head. She looked straight at the old immortal of Jianghu and said in a childish voice, "Han Yuanchua of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain greets Old Manor Head." Old Sword Saint Song Yuan appeared. As the grandson of the old man, Song Fengshan was the last to stand up. He said slowly without any emotion, "Grandpa, you went out for a short time. I thought you would only be willing to come back when the manor is quiet and there are no more guests." The old man looked around and left with Chen Pingan after saying, "Foul atmosphere." Then, he turned around and left with Chen Pingan. He didn't care about the Han family of Mount Xiaozhong and the Hengdao Manor at all. It was as if he didn't care about them at all. He didn't even want to look at them. Song Yuan walked side by side with Chen Pingan. He looked a little lonely with his back to the crowd. After walking for a mile, he said self-deprecatingly, "Our family tradition is so crooked that it can't even compare to a waterfall. Sorry for making you laugh." Chen Pingan didn't know how to respond. He could only say some polite words. The people in the manor are actually not so bad. They are not as bad as what you said. Every family had its own difficulties. No matter how generous the old man was, he didn't want to expose his family's dirty laundry in front of outsiders. He changed the topic and said, "Why did you change your mind and only use 30 to 40% of your strength in the punch outside the waterside pavilion?" The future manor master of the Hengdao Manor is stubborn. She is not easy to deal with. You showed mercy today, but she may not appreciate it. She may pester you endlessly. Nowadays, the young men of Jianghu only care about their own happiness. I don't like it. But you are too unhappy. I can't appreciate it. Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He said with a smile, "You want to kill someone with one punch because you are unhappy. That's too overbearing. Besides, I will leave the Hengdao Manor soon. It won't be easy for the Hengdao Manor to make trouble for me. At most, the woman will curse me behind my back. I won't hear it." Song Yuan turned to look at the sincere young man. It was unexpected but reasonable. He said with a smile, "It's okay for an old man like me to say this. Half of my body is in the ground. Everything is over. What else can I do? You are just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. It's boring to talk like an old man." Chen Pingan didn't refute. After the punch, the lingering depression in his heart was reduced a lot. That was enough. He remembered something and reminded softly, the old woman who called herself the four evil spirits of the Hengdao Manor in the ancient temple entered your manor with a burly man. Senior, you should be careful. Song Yuan laughed and said, "That's nothing." Together with the young master of the Han family in the waterside pavilion, the notorious four evil spirits of the Hengdao Manor are all here. Chen Pingan was confused, the remaining devil. Song Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Don't mention it." Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and thought about something. The old man understood in his heart and spoke frankly, "This time, I invited you all here as guests without any intention of scheming. I purely hope that such a manor won't be filled with a bunch of bastards who put on airs. After all, this Swordwater Manor is a place that this old man personally managed. I don't want it to be filled with dog shit. There are puddles here and puddles there, causing this old man to feel disgusted just walking in his own home. With all of you as my guests, this old man is much more pleasing to the eye. Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man was too straightforward. Chen Pingan didn't know that Song Yuan's reputation in Jianghu was not only because of his increasingly famous title of Sword Sage, but also because of the nickname Iron Lump given by his peers. It was to say that Song Yuan was a serious man, not only in his family, but also in Jianghu. If one were to say that Song Fengshan did not have the same personality as Song Yubern, then it would be an unfair accusation. It was just that Song Yubern was old-fashioned and pedantic. Song Fengshan, who pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship, disdained to follow him. Song Yu was an old man in his 70s. He had seen too much of Jianghu and the evilness of people's hearts. He was more and more certain about one thing. Reason only needed to be spoken to by reasonable people. Otherwise, the rusty old iron sword on his waist would be the reason why he, Song Yu, burned. Song Yuan liked to travel Jianghu alone with a sword. Over the years, he had seen a lot of talented young people. Although they were really talented, they didn't have good martial ethics. However, they were still successful. The Jianghu people who admired them were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Song Yuan didn't understand. In 30 or 50 years, Jianghu would be handed over to these people. What was there to look forward to? However, no matter how good Song Yuan's swordsmanship was, he was only one person. His peers had passed away one by one with the old words and rules that the younger generation didn't like to hear. Now, even the old sword god of colorful clothes kingdom, who was both a friend, was dead. Song Yuan was a little dispirited. He felt that today's Jianghu was tasteless. There was no taste of alcohol at all. The old man and the young man took a leisurely stroll. Song Yuan suddenly said, "Those people at the waterfall pavilion were blind. They couldn't see the level of your fist intent. But I can see it clearly. So I'll say something. Your current state of mind has some problems. To break through the fourth realm from the third realm is the first big threshold for martial artists of my generation. The more solid your foundation is, the easier it is to make mistakes when you break through the realm with a knot in your heart. The momentum of a big snow mountain's collapse is 1,000 times more terrible than a mudslide on a small mountain. Kid, you have to be careful at the moment." Chen Pingan suddenly woke up. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and pondered for a moment. Then he turned his head and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior." Song Yuan thought for a while and said something that seemed to be out of topic. "You were kind when you withdrew your fist. But it's not good for you to break through the realm. According to the general way of Jianghu, if you used all your strength to punch that woman seriously injured or even killed her, and then provoked the public's anger, a bloody battle might be the opportunity for you to break through the realm. It's the so-called lucky chance of the immortals on the mountain." Chen Pingan smiled and didn't regret it. He said something that was suspicious of his seniority: "It doesn't matter. If it's mine, it can't run away. If it's not mine, it can't be caught." In fact, Song Yuan had been carefully observing the young man's expression. Seeing that he looked calm and his eyes were clear, the old man nodded secretly. The young man in front of him and his grandson Song Fengshan believed in different swordsmanship. Although it was hard to say who was right and who could go faster and further, Song Yuan personally felt that the young man who traveled with a sword but had poor swordsmanship was more to his taste. In the matter of educating children and grandchildren, a scholarly family was indeed more capable than a Jianghu sect. Song Yuan was convinced. In his early years, he devoted himself to swordsmanship, so he didn't know how to cultivate and shape the family style. Song Yushin tried to persuade her with reason and emotion, but it was useless. In the end, he attacked several times, but he still could not explain the reason clearly. It became a muddled account without any beginning or end. Song Yushin sighed deeply. The Shanshui pavilion was surrounded by rugged mountains and gurgling rivers. It was a beautiful scenery, but the world was like a storm, and it did not meet people's wishes. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Senior Song, can I practice boxing next to the waterfall?" Song Yushin did not hesitate and said, "Why not? I'll spread the word now." From the Shanshui pavilion to the waterfall is the forbidden area of the Sword Water Villa. Anyone who crosses the line will die. Chen Pingan scratched his head, feeling a little apologetic. "I'll just practice my boxing at night when there's no one to enjoy the scenery. You don't have to seal off the roads during the day. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable." Song Yushin shook his head and laughed. "Little boy, you are too rude. I have carved out a place in my own territory without dog shit. Do I need to reason with outsiders?" Chen Pingan had to say, "If the villa needs my help, just tell me." The old man patted the iron sword on his knee and said angrily, "My sword is different from the two on your back." Chen Pingan looked embarrassed. He took off the sword-nourishing gourd and drank without saying anything. The old man held back his laughter, put away his sword and stood up. "Just practice boxing. You can stay in the villa for as long as you want. By the way, your wine doesn't taste good. I'll ask someone to send you some jars of Huadia wine cellar. It's wine that has been buried for 20 years. That's wine. What are you drinking? It's not any better than water. The key is that you like to drink it regardless of whether there's anyone around. Even this old man feels embarrassed for you." The old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body swayed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a high branch in the distant forest. After a few graceful jumps, he disappeared. Chen Pingan sat alone in the Shanshui pavilion. After meeting this senior twice, Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of city god Xin Wen from Yanji County in Sai Country. Although one was a pure martial artist who was famous in the pugilistic world, the other was a civil official god who enjoyed incense. Oh yes, there was also the Qi refinement warrior who took in Luan Luan as his disciple. He felt that the three of them were somewhat similar. However, Chen Pingan couldn't pinpoint the specific similarities. Anyway, after interacting with them, Chen Pingan felt that the wine in his gourd really couldn't be bought from the cheapest kind. It didn't matter. Wouldn't he be able to drink the best wine in the Swordwater Villa very soon? The key was that Chen Pingan didn't have to spend any money. Therefore, when Chen Pingan left the Shanshui pavilion and returned to his residence, he was in an extremely good mood. When he reached the courtyard, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng saw Chen Pingan, who was full of joy. They looked at each other. Looking at the waterfall was so useful. Chen Pingan happily sat at the stone table and said with a smile, "I'm going to the waterfall to practice martial arts tonight. Which one of you wants to accompany me?" The bearded man laughed evilly and said, "Could it be that you peeked at a beauty coming out of the bath at the waterfall? If you can still see such a beautiful scene, count me in." Zhang Shanfeng blinked his eyes and said, "I can help you keep a lookout." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Not at all. I had a conflict with someone at the waterfall and fought with them. They seemed to be people from the Hengdao villa. Fortunately, Senior Song came out and helped me block an arrow from one of the retainers. Otherwise, I reckoned that I would have to fight with them. At that time, the two of you might be dragged into the water by me." The bearded man clicked his tongue and said, "Chen Pingan, you want to drag me into the water? I'm a big man, and you're drooling over my beauty. I think Zhang Shanfeng is quite good-looking. When I go back, I'll help him buy a set of women's clothes in the small town. When the time comes, I'll let him wander around the waterfall. Maybe he can be the matchmaker for the two of you and achieve a beautiful marriage." Chen Pingan was drinking wine and almost spat it out. Zhang Shanfeng looked like he wanted to vomit. He quickly got up and distanced himself from the two of them. He said angrily, "Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. You guys are good. You won't even let your own brother go. This is too much." Chen Pingan quietly changed to a stone stool and distanced himself from Su Yuanxia. The bearded man touched his beard and said, "What? You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your brother? Can't you just change into a woman's clothes? You're not loyal enough as a brother." Zhang Shanfeng cupped his fists and begged for mercy. He retreated and said, "I'm going to study the ancient books in the house. You guys are loyal. You can talk slowly." Su Yuanxia laughed heartily. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. Coincidentally, there was an old steward surnamed Chu outside the courtyard. He personally brought in 4 jars of wine and left after putting them down. The old man became more and more amiable towards Chen Pingan. Zhang Shanfeng actually didn't like to drink. Chen Pingan wanted to share 2 jars with Su Yuanxia. Su Yuanxia hesitated for a moment and shook her head with a smile. "1 jar is enough for me." "Chen Pingan, you take 3 jars." Chen Pingan was a little puzzled. Su Yuanxia looked around and didn't notice anything strange. She pointed at the red wine jar on Chen Pingan's waist and said softly, "You really think I can't see any clues? Wouldn't I have wasted most of my life in Jianghu? I was just too embarrassed to say it before." It's similar to Zhang Shanfeng calling himself Zhang Shan. Who roams Jianghu would have a little secret. Your wine jar is either a legendary celestial item or the more precious sword-cultivating gourd, right? The bearded man pointed at his eyes and said, "I already have fiery eyes of truth." Chen Pingan didn't deny it. He said softly, "I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long." Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes and said, "Nonsense. It's not about being sorry. In Jianghu, if you're not careful, you'll really be sorry for your friends." Speaking of this, the bearded man looked lonely. He opened a jar of wine from a villa that had been sealed for a long time and poured it into his ordinary wine jar. He shook it after filling it up. "I'm not being polite. I've suffered a lot." Su Yuanxia gulped down the wine. Anyway, there was still half a jar of wine. She would drink until she was full before she got drunk. Later, after the incident at the ancient temple, Chen Pingan was abnormally depressed on the 700 Li mountain path. Zhang Shanfeng found it even more difficult to speak frankly with Chen Pingan. Now that they had arrived at the Swordwater Manor and were about to head to the Immortals Ferry, Zhang Shanfeng couldn't stand the torment in his heart. Thus, he confided in the bearded man, who was experienced in Jianghu. Su Yuanxia helped the young Taoist confirm 2 things. First, Chen Pingan definitely knew the true value of the armor pill. When he had casually offered 500 Xiaoxua coins, he had deliberately given it to Zhang Shanfeng at a price of half. Second, according to Zhang Shanfeng's description, when Chen Pingan was on the Kuan boat in the North Continent, he stayed in the Heavenly Room. Although there was no doubt that the youth who carried his sword south came from a poor background, he clearly had his own unique opportunities. Moreover, Chen Pingan didn't seem to care much about money, at least to his friends. Therefore, this was no longer purely a matter of owing money, but a troublesome matter of owing a huge favor. In the end, Su Yuanxia didn't directly tell Zhang Shanfeng what to do. Instead, she said 2 sentences. First, don't take the kindness of a friend as a matter of course. The second sentence was that blood-related brothers should settle their debts clearly. Only then can a friendship last. Don't think that you can forget everything after becoming friends. That's the naive thinking of a child who hasn't grown up. Therefore, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to use interest as an excuse, hoping to give away the pair of mysterious bamboo chopsticks from the Qingshan mountain. The reason why he didn't use the white bowl that could slowly absorb the aura of heaven and earth and condense it into a drop of sweet dew was because Zhang Shanfeng was a qi cultivator. To Zhang Shanfeng, the white bowl was a necessity on the path of cultivation. It could be said that it was a timely help after a long drought. On the other hand, Chen Pingan was purely a martial artist. He didn't need it. At most, it was just icing on the cake. Even if he received the white bowl, he would probably sell it at a discount and exchange it for some Xiaoxue coins. Zhang Shanfeng drank wine. His face was flushed red. He said drunkenly, "Brother Su, can you give me a suggestion? I really can't think of a way." The bearded man said seriously, "If you really can't, why don't you wear a woman's clothes?" I think that Chen Pingan didn't have the slightest interest in women and female ghosts. He didn't hesitate to fight or kill. Listening to the bearded man's nonsense, the young Taoist sighed. He knocked his head on the table and passed out drunk. What a good way to say that if you have wine today, you should drink in the morning and worry about tomorrow. Su Yuanxia stroked his beard with the palm of his hand. Two images appeared in his mind. They were both in the dilapidated ancient temple. The young man said to a graceful woman that the weather was cold and stretched out his hand to warm himself by the fire. After the woman turned into a female ghost, the young man grabbed her neck and punched her until her soul dissipated. Su Yuanxia recalled that at the dinner table just now, Chen Pingan mentioned the waterfall disturbance. A young woman with a reverse saber was punched into the pool by him. The man quivered and said in fear, "Chen Pingan. Don't tell me you really like men." In the main hall of the Sword Water Villa, the guests and the host were drinking happily. The fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. The hall was covered with a large colorful carpet. It was a unique lichen from Jinu County of colorful clothes country. The old villa master, Song Yuxian, was still unwilling to show up to welcome the guests. The young villa master, Song Fengshan, sat on the main seat. How did my master live until today? In fact, Chen Pingan himself did not know the answer. It was as if he had endured it bit by bit. In fact, at the beginning, there were people who did not want him to die. Later, when it was time for the birds to fly, some big shots who wanted him to die met a teacher one after another. He told Chen Pingan not to lose hope in this world, and a man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber. He told Chen Pingan how to deal with this world. At the same time, Chen Pingan grew up rapidly and finally left the chessboard early. However, during this process, the hardships of life, the difficult choices that involved one's heart, the many undercurrents and dangers that surged, the young man in Mud Bottle Alley had to undergo mental and physical training. It was not something that outsiders could understand. This mud embryo of Mud Bottle Alley, who had a body of magic weapons and a precious sword-cultivating gourd, was now walking alone in Jianghu and was only willing to buy the cheapest wine. Of course, he immediately began to practice boxing in a new way that was different from the six-step stance walking and the sword furnace stance. At the waterfall pavilion, Chen Pingan did not carry the sword case on his back this time. He chose to stay in the courtyard because the bearded man and the young Taoist were there. However, the wine pot was still tied to his waist. When walking in the mountains and rivers of other places, do not cause trouble, do not be afraid of trouble, and be careful. Survival first. This was Chen Pingan's Jianghu. Chen Pingan once again stepped on the railing near the water. Just as he was about to borrow the momentum to jump towards the astonishing waterfall, he thought for a moment and took a step forward, stepping on the stone platform. He didn't want to accidentally break the wooden railing if he punched with all his strength. Even if Senior Song didn't want him to pay for it, it still couldn't be helped. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. He rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground and gently twisted his wrist a few times. The first punch was to test the strength of the falling waterfall. First, he used 70 to 80% of his strength. Chen Pingan took a step forward, and a loud sound echoed from the ground. Fortunately, the sound of the waterfall was astonishing and was enough to cover the sound of his foot stepping on the ground. Chen Pingan's figure was like an arrow that had been shot toward the waterfall. His momentum was like a rainbow as he punched forward. His fist went through the depths of the waterfall, but when his entire arm almost went through the waterfall curtain, his head and shoulders were hit by the waterfall. Chen Pingan's whole body was forced to tilt, and he fell into the depths of the pool. He was pulled by the turbulent water and flipped a few times. Finally, his head emerged from the relatively stable water near the waterside pavilion. Song Yushin was affected by the young man's mood and also smiled. Then who will cook for you and buy wine for you? Chen Pingan blurted out, even if I have a wife, I'll still cook for her and buy her wine. Song Yushin spat and stared at him, idiot. Don't you look like a fool? After you get a wife, do you just worship her like a bodhisattva? Don't you know that old and young women are all people who don't know when to stop? For the first time, Chen Pingan was a little timid. He took off the wine gourd and took a sip. The girl he liked was said to be able to beat 100 Chen Pingan with one hand. If he dared to have such thoughts, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Besides, he couldn't even say that he liked her. God knows what his future wife's surname would be. Of course, it would be best if his wife's surname could be Ning. Chen Pingan laughed foolishly. Song Yushin looked at the young man who was daydreaming and said helplessly, so you're really a fool. Song Yushin didn't want to instill the young man with the idea that a hero in Jianghu should be able to subdue his wife. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, from 3 to 4, in addition to the impurities in the body of a martial artist which need to be purified bit by bit, you have to start to pay attention to the state of mind. The fist technique needs to be clear and unobstructed. When you understand the essence of the word clear, you have to be firm and invincible. A swordsman needs to reach the state of mind of the sword and forget about the world. Only one sword has a clear conscience and can kill ghosts and gods. Chen Pingan, have you really made up your mind? At the end, Song Yushin's expression was fierce and his voice was loud. He was almost glaring at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan's mind was firm. He nodded and said, I will never change my mind about one thing. Song Yushin stood up. His aura was so majestic that it was like a waterfall of sword chi. He said to the young man in front of him, how dare you say it so easily? I think you, Chen Pingan, have never really seen through it. Chen Pingan followed him and stood up. His eyes were bright. Senior Song, actually, I don't really understand the true meaning of the words clear and clear. But I just think, after saying that, Chen Pingan turned his head and pointed at the waterfall that looked like sword chi hanging from the sleeve of the immortal. I must punch through the entire waterfall and leave a fist mark on the stone wall. I even feel that sooner or later, I will punch the waterfall backward and make the water explode so that it won't be able to press my head down anymore. Song Yushin suddenly shouted angrily, if that's the case, when are you going to do it? Almost out of pure instinct, Chen Pingan turned his body sideways and faced the waterfall outside the waterside pavilion. He took a few steps back and stood at the top of the steps. He took an ancient boxing stance that the old man surnamed Shui had never mentioned before as his starting stance. Even though Song Yushin, the sword sage of Brush Country, was in the pavilion. Chen Pingan didn't see Song Yushin in his eyes. He didn't even see the pavilion anymore. Between heaven and earth, there was only his opponent, the waterfall falling from the sky. When Chen Pingan went down south, the 6-step pile walking was even slower. But this time, Chen Pingan wanted to go faster. He was the fastest. His steps were so big that the last step of the 6-step pile walking smashed the railing of the pavilion. He stepped on the base of the platform. 6 footprints were left on the railing from the end of the stairs to the edge of the platform. Then he rushed forward. The power of his fist was so strong that it looked like a green dragon wrapped in his sleeve. Breaking the waterfall with one punch, Chen Pingan rushed into the water curtain and punched the stone wall. The stone wall was instantly shattered. Countless broken stones bounced back and shattered the waterfall. That was not all. Chen Pingan alternated left and right. He punched the stone wall again and again. This was the real scene of a deity beating a drum. Countless stones flew and the waterfall flowed chaotically. From the top of the pavilion to the top of the waterfall, a gorgeous rainbow appeared because of the dissipation of the water vapor. Song Yut stood in the waterside pavilion with his hands behind his back. The strong wind blew against his face, ruffling his hair and causing his sleeves to flutter. The old man looked up at the man-made rainbow and laughed heartily. How magnificent! You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.